Welcome to the Wilderness Podcast, the bonus episode for a competition that we had going on for probably about a month, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So this competition, it all really started from a post made by a Reddit user named Gentle Tractor. With the skill warding being pitched at RuneFest this year, obviously there's been a bunch of problems in what should come with warding. What exactly should the warding skill consist of? They've made some ideas and they've changed since RuneFest a couple times. Gentle Tractor made a giant write-up about not just the skill of warding and what's bad about it, but also talked about, in his opinion, what a new skill should be. So there's three main things that he touches upon that are important factors when creating a new skill. The first thing is skill identity, and some examples he gives is the woodcutting skill. You basically know exactly what it is just by reading the name.
Yeah.
He also touches on when bringing in a new skill, it should not be able to fit in any of the other previous skills that we have. Because if it can fit in the other skills, the identity isn't very strong and it's kind of, I don't know, how would you put it? It's kind of combining different skills to make one skill.
It's like the whole camel. What is it? Like the whole committee horse thing makes a camel.
What? I've never heard this saying.
Oh,
You can be able to explain it?
if you just Google a committee horse thing.
Are you talking about so it says here, a camel is a horse designed by a committee. Okay, so it's different people saying this is what a horse should have, or this is what this animal should have.
Yeah.
And it's like a horse with slightly different features.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So skill identity, it needs to have a strong identity. Sort of like fishing, you know exactly what you're getting into with it. And this was a problem with warding. You could place things into magic, you could place things into rune crafting, you could place things into just crafting itself.
Mm-hmm.
The next point was medieval versus fantasy. Runescape has 3 fantasy skills, which would be prayer, magic, and rune crafting. But even those they're not that out there.
Yeah.
Runes are something that's been all through history. They were just a type of writing, like runic letters, right?
Yep.
And then prayer, religion.
Yeah.
And then magic.
Well,
we have magicians.
The alchemy is a thing.
Alchemy.
All that stuff.
So there is a place for some fantasy skills, but it can't be too out there. Most of RuneScape skills are actual jobs that took place at some point in time.
Yeah.
Woodcutter, like lumberjack, you have fishermen, you have blacksmiths, miners, you get the point. And with warding, it's confusing because it's kind of a magical skill.
It was like
it's very fantasy.
It was like very fantasy, but it had no identity because it was crafting, but it was magic crafting.
Yeah.
And it's like, but then there's it was like a camel, I guess.
You don't say.
Yeah, it was just kind of like a jumble of stuff.
And then finally, the third point was the gameplay loop of the skill. Nobody is asking for another skill that you're going to AFK, like woodcutting or fishing. Nobody really enjoys that.
Mm-hmm.
They want a new skill should be fun, sort of how Slayer, most people enjoy the Slayer skill. So if you're going to come out with a new skill, makes sense to have it fun to actually train.
Yeah.
Obviously, going straight to 99 or getting 200 million experience, you're not going to enjoy every minute of that.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, you should be satisfied. It shouldn't feel like the way I feel with agility, where I hate doing it the whole time. Agility's okay. It's been grandfathered in, right?
Yeah.
But why would you bring in a new skill that's going to be like that?
I mean, I like agility, but
to each their own.
Yeah.
Rune crafting's another one that most people dislike. So, and that's where, again, warding could be flawed. A lot of it was kind of like a buyable and also being AFK. They weren't really sure how to make it fun. So there was so many different ways to train it.
And also impacted, in my opinion, way too much of the game in terms of not just in an economic sense, but combat wise. And you're well, can you use it in this instance? What happens if it kind of just flip the whole game, which I personally don't think one skill should do.
Especially when it's not as well of a thought out skill as it should be.
And on release.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what was the last skill before the quote unquote newest skill? Would it be
Hunter?
Construction or Hunter?
If I remember correctly, Hunter came after Construction.
Yeah, it added a lot to the game, but it didn't completely change. It changed like the fastest range experience.
Yeah.
But like, it's not like the whole economy got flipped on its head, potentially.
Exactly, yeah.
Or like, not like the range skills forever changed and like.
Yeah. Pretty much. So those are the 3 points: skill identity, medieval versus fantasy, and gameplay loop. So we went through his post. You can go back and read it. And if you're also not really familiar with warding, there are some dev blogs. We're not going to go through it now because it's a long discussion. We have a lot more to talk about.
Yeah.
So go back and read those if you're kind of curious what it actually is. So we went through that dev blog and the Reddit thread from Gentle Tractor. And then Deegan, he proposed, you know what? Why don't we spend the next week trying to come up with our skill idea?
Yeah.
It would be a good way to figure out how hard it is to come up with a skill. Like, should we give Jagex slack for their warding pitch? Or should we be like, you know what? A skill is really hard to come up with. So warding's not bad since they're really trying to come out with a new skill.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, that's really what it comes down to. Deegan had the idea of an astronomy skill.
Astrology,
astronomy, a little bit of both, right?
Yeah, I guess it was a bit of both. I will concede that my idea was pretty bad execution and explanation. I ended up liking your ideas way more, which were...
My ideas were, I had the musician skill or instrument skill, and then I kind of cheated and pitched another one being like an engineering skill, which focused on like mechanical parts, like dwarf cannon, but other variants of that. Deegan's skill was a cool idea. It opened up some doors for endgame PVM content and different types of PVM content, which is cool. Mine was just more of like equipment you could use in combat.
Like opening up like the combat triangle, which clearly has some issues currently where like range seems to be the best.
Yeah, that's right.
Added like a new concept of like support and stuff like that.
Yeah. So those were our 2 ideas, and they weren't the strongest, but we both had the idea of let's throw it to the people who listen to our show, and we gave them a month to email us with their idea for a skill. And we got a bunch of different submissions, and they were all really good. I started reading them, and I had to bounce through a few to see if like how well they were all written, and a lot of great work was put into it, and I felt it would be an injustice to not go through every single one of them.
Yeah.
Which is why we're on this episode here. And I should also preface that Deegan has read through all the skills. I've only read snippets of a few of them, but I wanted to read them live because I got excited reading some of them, and I wanted to kind of have that experience while we recorded.
Yeah, I cheated, but yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, a lot of great ideas. And so thanks to everyone who pitched your idea. We're going to be having 3 winners. We're not going to announce them on this episode. It'll be on our standard podcast, episode 137. But how it's going to work is I'm going to choose my favorite. Deegan's going to choose his favorite. And then we're both going to agree upon one that we also think would be the next runner-up. Since we got a lot of really great suggestions, we also want to have kind of everyone vote on a skill that they think is their favorite.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have potentially a 4th winner, or maybe somebody's just going to win twice.
Yeah.
So without further ado, let's get right into it. So our first skill idea that we're going to talk about is proposed by Araevin. Sorry if I mispronounce it. RuneScape names, right? Anyways, he says here, I promise I started writing this before I heard Dills talk about his music idea on the podcast, but here it is. The performance skill. It is similar to Dills' music idea, but with my own personal take on it. It also includes a few other things and has my attempt to add a Slayer 2 or something like Dungeoneering into the game. All right, so this is the description of the performance skill. The basic idea of the performance skill would be to allow players to use musical instruments in order to provide passive buffs to themselves and other players, as well as convincingly disguise themselves with costumes to achieve certain effects, such as not pulling aggro from aggressive monsters. Part of the idea is to bring, in a roundabout fashion, Slayer 2 and Dungeoneering, the act, not the skill, to old school RuneScape. So the first part we're going to talk about is the musical instruments and the music part of this skill. Musical instruments would be crafted via other skills like smithing, crafting, fletching, and magic or rune crafting. The material each instrument is made of would determine which skill is used to create it. wood with fletching, metal with smithing, assembling with crafting, and imbuing with magic or rune crafting. However, a musical instrument by itself would have no effect. They are simply made to channel the musical/magical talent of a hero. And, of course, something needs to be played on these instruments. In order to play music and thereby cast buffs and effects, the player would need to create and expend compositions, aka a riff, jingle, dirge, I haven't heard that one, tune, etc. So, musical instruments would be a tool, and the expendable ammo/resource would be sheet music compositions. Imagine that each time a buff is cast, each note on this sheet music is magically burned away and used up as it is played. Crafting sheet music would require the normal components of papyrus and ink, but also good music requires inspiration, which will be an expendable resource described later on. The potential buffs could be similar to some suggested warding buffs, but also potentially do some other things, such as restoring run energy, restoring special attack, lowering defense, lowering attack, removing potion effects, cleansing music debuffs, chance of reducing rune usage, increased experience gained from skilling by a small percentage, increasing effects of potions, reducing freeze time and snares, and increasing animal spawn rate for hunters. That's just a few examples. Playing music would not grant performance experience. This is to ensure that it does not become a buyable skill. Composition and instruments would be tradable, but inspiration would not be. So what do you think about these musical instruments as he describes it?
I like the concept of us having like instruments.
Mm-hmm.
One, skill identity, all that. It's kind of cool. And I like the idea of like even like the whole fashionscape concept. You'd be walking around like just instruments, just chilling at the GE or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Even like community based things where like you just like get your boys together and have like a air quotes band.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun things you could do with it that would just be, it would have no effect on your gameplay, right?
Even like during like silly things like parades to like a party room, people would bust out instruments and like, cause you know how like General Grador will like stomp around if you have like the like is it ambient or the sound effects enabled?
Okay.
The pet.
I mean, no one has the sound effects. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. The pet. Yeah.
It'd be kind of cool if like the instruments would have like passive like you know what I mean?
Some pets would start dancing or something. Is that what you're saying?
And like maybe just some like little like sound effects.
Yeah, that would be pretty neat.
As long as there's a hurdy-gurdy.
Oh, that's a weird instrument, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like it's in like Witcher in like Sea of Thieves. That thing like it's like a string instrument, kind of like with the keys, and you like crank the.
Oh, I think I kind of know. I couldn't even imagine what it sounds like right now. But there's a YouTube channel out there where they probably do covers with that instrument.
Yeah,
but I do like it. I get a Legend of Zelda vibe with some of the instruments, like the Ocarina of Time and like Wind Waker, where you have to kind of memorize different things.
Yeah.
Now, I know nothing says you have to memorize the actual parts of it, but that's just what I first think of.
Mm-hmm.
I like the sheet music being used for papyrus.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an item that we don't really ever use.
Yeah.
Makes total sense. I like that. And then the buffs itself, obviously, if the skill would actually come in, there would be a lot more to go through. That's where things actually become either overpowered or maybe underwhelming. But a lot of these, we already have something that gives these buffs in the game.
Yep.
So it's not like they're overpowered. And a lot of them are pretty cool. I like the idea of taking away someone's potion boosting.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I like the concept. I just like the concept of like music as a support type thing.
Yeah, and that's kind of so RuneScape's very inspired by Dungeons and Dragons. Like when it first started, a bard is a very iconic character in Dungeons and Dragons, and plus going back in the medieval days, even today, you always had like a bard, right?
Yeah,
they had their little lyre.
Yeah,
some sort of little mandolin thing. The next section is theater. So aside from creating musical instruments, players would also be able to craft monster masks. This would be done by using materials, the crafting skill, and also inspiration. These monster masks would start and stop certain types of monsters from aggroing to the player. For example, a player with a mid-level performance skill would wear a greater demon mask and spend some inspiration to gain the ability to be ignored by them for a few minutes. The idea is they ignore you by looking like or being good enough at acting to emulate a demon, but in a classical RuneScape humor kind of way. Another use would be donning Zamorakian robes and spending inspiration to be able to run through ZMI without being attacked. Perhaps a low-level player could wear a banana mask in order to force monkeys to aggro them. The general idea would be that disguising one's self as an enemy would avoid aggro, but disguises of an enemy's prey or their enemy would force aggro as long as their player uses the inspiration and gives up an equipment slot to wear the disguise. All of this would require inspiration described below. So that's cool. The skill itself is a performance skill, and I love the idea of bringing in like acting into it.
And I like the idea of being able to avoid or draw aggro. If someone thinks like, okay, the banana mask is overpowered because of like maniacal monkeys.
Sure.
Most common gear though is void.
Yeah.
You know, so like right there, it's kind of like, well, it's you know what I mean?
More AFK, less experience.
Yeah.
And more money.
Yeah. And I don't know. I really do like the idea of being able to like interact, and this would open up like just cool little tricks you could do within RuneScape. Like, let's say you're questing certain accounts, maybe like, hey, monkey madness with one prayer could be done differently. Like, this would open up new builds, but you'd also have to do different like content now.
Yeah. And it makes total sense. I feel like you could do a lot more with a theater section of this skill.
Yeah.
Like having to do with acting. And for some reason, I think of some PVM event where it's like not the theater of blood, but a theater where it's like you're almost like a character in a play, but it's all a PVM event.
We also have a random event, the mime event, where you're literally on stage miming a mime and you get its outfit slowly over time and emotes.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not like completely unheard of.
And again, like famous plays, you know, I mean, the traveling acts from like the Shakespeare times, right?
Yeah. Hamlet, the skull, all that good stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And now for the inspiration. Good music requires inspiration, which may not always be easy to come by. Luckily, there will be two main ways to receive inspiration: the Spirit Well and Dream Diving, aka Slayer 2 and Dungeoneering, respectively. Inspiration would be an untradeable resource used for crafting musical compositions and using disguises and costumes. So it's the Slayer 2 is kind of a meme, but the idea is most people's favorite skill is Slayer. People don't want a new skill. They want a new Slayer skill, sort of.
Yeah.
So this is interesting as a way to incorporate it, plus Dungeoneering. A lot of people want Dungeoneering in the game, but they don't want it as a skill.
Yeah.
People loved it from RuneScape 3.
People like it in like Xerix and stuff, and it's like little niche type ways.
So it's like a type of content that it's a roguelike piece of content for the game itself.
Yeah. All
right, so the Spirit Well. The Spirit Well would act in a similar manner to Slayer Masters. A player would travel to a Spirit Well and toss 1 GP in order to have the task assigned to them. This task would not necessarily be to kill monsters, though. There'd be a small exposition-y description of what the Spirit Well thinks you need more of in your life for inspiration, and based on that, gives you two options. For example, if the well said something like, you need to head out on the open seas, feel the salty spray of the ocean, and live as a sailor would, it could mean play X games of fishing trawler or gain 10k experience in fishing at the fishing platform. After the fishing task, you would receive inspiration points in a similar way to how you receive Slayer points. Then you could use those inspiration points for creating sheet music and other performance items. This may be a good way to breathe some life into minigames. The minigame tasks could be the same for all players in a certain period of time. Upon completing a task, performance experience would be gained proportional to the difficulty of the task. Also, for harder tasks, the well could require larger amounts of gold to act as a gold sink, although it may want to avoid becoming an expensive skill to train. So I think that's a pretty cool idea. It's like Slayer mixed with the artisan skill.
Yeah.
So you're having to train other skills as well.
Mm-hmm.
Really, the only negative I could see is that maybe that person doesn't want to do fishing trawler, but I like how he outlines here how, well, then go do some fishing.
Yeah.
10k experience as the example. It's not that much, right? So I think that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, good diversity. It could bring people to more mini games.
Yeah, exactly. And I can picture that well in the game and you putting a coin in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I also like how it doesn't straight out tell you, go do this. It'll give you a line almost like kind of like a riddle.
Yeah, it's not like super precise where it's like, go kill 15 gargoyles.
Yeah. Obviously, you're just going to go to the wiki eventually and read it there. But still, it's There's little things in that game that really all add up.
It'd be really cool for like a first player's like a first time experience too, right?
Yeah.
You drop it in and then you're like, ooh, what's this? You know what I mean? Like, you get to read a little thing and
then he's going onto the subreddit being like, I just spent like 5,000 gold traveling back and forth on the Karamja boats from Port Sarum, and I'm not getting any of this experience.
Yeah.
Because it says to live like a sailor, and it's like, oh, this is what it actually means.
Mm-hmm.
True. So that's cool. And next is dream diving. Another way to gain inspiration would be taking part in dream diving. Dream diving would be accessible from somewhere, possibly Lunar Isle, or perhaps locked behind a beginner/easy level quest. A dream dive would be a cooperative game similar to Dungeoneering, with a few key differences. First, all players would start from level 3 in the dream as a way to allow higher and lower levels to play together, which is a niche that I think is not well addressed in old school RuneScape. That's a very good point, actually. Yeah. The goal of each dream dive would be to find and retrieve the source of inspiration. Players would start at level 3 and need to harvest and craft items to help them solve and fight their way to the source. In the dream, XP gain would be greatly increased and not count towards the real player's actual experience. There would be puzzles and such that needed to be solved by the players. One thing I did not especially like about Dungeoneering was the aesthetic. Dream dive levels would be based on distorted, more violent versions of the player's memories of a quest.
So like a Soulsbane, that kind of vibe, the jump scares.
That's sick. That's good.
Yeah.
The source of inspiration would be key quest items, and basing them on existing quests would allow for a wide array of environments to make sense, and also allow Jagex to reuse assets from quests, characters, items, and areas, but with a few modifications. The reward from dream diving would be a reasonable amount of experience, an experience lamp or something of the highest skill the player ended with in the dream, a number of inspiration points, perhaps chances of finding recipes for special musical instruments with effects that make them slightly superior to normal ones. Alternatively, instead of recipes, they could be key items that are components of advanced musical instruments. And lastly, a chance of a music-related pet, musical bird of some sorts. Also a great idea for a pet, right?
Yeah, some sort of songbird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So dream diving, that's pretty cool. I can picture that. I also really like the idea of going through a quest, but maybe having it more of a PVM focus. So it's not like one small favor, you're running all around Gielinor. Maybe you're fighting stuff along the way.
Yeah.
So that's
or
cool.
Like putting on fires in towns as you go through, like whatever like the whole thing is. I like how like a level 3 could do this like a level like 120 or something, or 126. And then if like the lamp or something are experienced in the highest like obtained skill, skillers could still find a way to like possibly
that's the one I was a bit iffy on with an experience lamp thing, but then you mentioned that really does bring a lot of the community together. Yeah,
it would give like certain people advantages, and also like game knowledge of within like a quest area, right? Because especially if the like aesthetic of an area would be changed.
Yeah.
So like he mentioned that like, it might be like a little bit more dark. But what if you go to like a Soulsbane where that's like a pretty dark quest, but now it's like the opposite. It's all unicorns and it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you just completely change like the vibe or something of a quest, the color schemes.
Yeah, and it's cool because like even in the real world, often our memories aren't exactly how we remember it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of cool that doing these dream dives, it's like a warped version of your memories of the quests you had done in the past.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's just some questions, he's not here to actually tell us, but some things that I would wonder is, would you need to complete the quest before you could actually participate in it again?
I would assume so.
Yeah, okay. So maybe it's just like you get randomly selected, or maybe get randomly put into a group. You could get randomly selected Cook's Assistant, which you might get the lower levels with. Whereas if you get Dragon Slayer 2, it's going to be probably predominantly higher levels, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It just opens up like a lot of like Missile and Mystery, the free-to-play quest with like, it's like a Scream horror.
Yeah.
That got put in the game because it was a Halloween event that was so well done. They're like, why this content's gone forever?
Yeah.
But if you're just playing your main account and you do Missile and Mystery, like you're never going back. It's the same problem.
Every quest, there's a lot of great quests, and that's the problem with when they bring in a new quest is they're done once, boom, that's it.
Yeah. even like Galvek was a fun fight. People wanted to refight it.
Yeah.
So they added like you could go back to different zones. Even like Lunar Diplomacy when you're doing like the when you have to fight yourself and then go through like the little obstacle stuff. Like there's like a lot of cool things that you never get to experience again, and that would kind of let you experience some of like the more like iconic, interesting areas.
Yeah, having to do some of the puzzles again, and maybe they could. This would also give them a chance to kind of touch on it to make them more user friendly. Some of them, you can tell, they were made back in the RuneScape Classic days. So that's the performance skill right there. So just initial thoughts. I really like that skill. Yeah, I mean it's way better than my musical instrument one. But you would like the skill too?
Oh yeah. I think it's like I really like it.
Any issues that kind of stand out right away? And not issues that are like lack of information from this.
Well, there's some good information, right?
Yeah.
A lot of it would just be like super picky stuff that like wouldn't be fair to bring up because it's like, well, it's just a competition that we talk about for like a month. But like in terms of like some of the support stuff and how it would work in like PVM, PvP scenarios, like how like. Yeah, and like upon like further expansion of the skill. Yeah,
I find there's so much room for other things too. I'm not saying this skill is lacking. Obviously, this is just someone writing it up too, but like I can see like, oh yeah, this skill can be day one could be pretty well fleshed out while also still having room for expansions later on.
Yeah. My biggest concerns would be like the spirit well and if like how it would affect other skilling rates. Like would you just kind of spam spirit wells for inspiration, and then the whole like, well, if it's a quest with the dream diving, like is there going to be a point where like it's bad to do this quest because now you unlocked in dream diving,
right,
or does it become like NMZ where you like min max and you're only doing 3 in your power, like, you know what I mean? But as a whole, like, yeah, I think it's pretty good. Like, I like it.
I do too. I like the inspiration. I like how you can craft the musical instruments, but I also like how you can get recipes for like superior versions of those instruments.
Yeah, and then the music sheets, all that good stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So let's quickly run through the 3 topics. Does this skill have a strong identity?
Yeah,
I would say so too.
Yeah, huge.
Yep. And then medieval versus fantasy. Definitely medieval and also real world, right?
There is some fantasy though with the dream diving and stuff.
Yeah.
Like some mysticism, but like it's definitely more towards the medieval. Yeah,
it's like it has some fantasy elements, but I find the whole skill in itself to be a real world skill.
Yeah.
You know, we have actors, it's like the entertainment, right? And then gameplay loop. I could see this being a fun skill to train.
Yeah.
I could find this like not getting boring. This like would satisfy, if not be even better than Slayer 2.
Yeah.
Or another Slayer skill.
Yeah. The only like thing I could really ask more about is that dream diving is a really cool idea, but it is kind of weird that it's related to performance.
Yeah, I could see that.
But other than that, like,
I could see it working, but I guess it depends on how well they actually did it. Like if it was being implemented into the game, it could easily make it feel out of place. With the skill itself. Not in the game. I think it fits in the game, but with the skill, you know what I mean? All right, so the next skill is from SmileDude. And this skill is cryptozoology, which means to study mythological creatures. Is this a real thing?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a real thing. And there's actually famous cryptozoologists. There's a lot of famous cryptozoologists. Interesting.
And any notable ones that we'd know by name?
I don't. It's like people who like study and maybe search for like the Sasquatch, right? Bigfoot. A lot of Bigfoot researchers.
Oh, okay.
Loch Ness Monster, big birds. Interesting.
Okay.
So summary. Players will be able to collect and hatch eggs from specific monsters that can be trained at a training location. Eggs will be put into incubators and they take real-world time to hatch, similar to trees with farming. The monsters will be hatched with stats that are randomized stats in Slash, Crush, Magic, etc. Monsters will be hatched with a level 1 and can be trained at the training location to level 10. During training, the monsters will lose health, much like a player would during a fight. Healing the monster will be possible by giving it food, and the monster will only accept its favorite type of food. The favorite food will be random and based on the individual. After the monster reaches a level 10, it can then be used in a raid-style minigame to level it up to a max level 15. All right, so the first part of the skill we'll talk about is the incubators. Incubators will be used to hatch eggs. Incubators will come in 3 sizes, small, medium, and large. Small incubators will be able to hold a single egg. Medium incubators will be able to will be unlocked at level 35 and can hold 3 eggs. And large will be unlocked at 85 and will be able to hold 5 eggs. The ability to use multiple incubators will scale with the level of the skill. At level 15, players can use 2 incubators, and at 45, players can use 3 incubators. So he's got some of the monsters that you'd be able to actually hatch.
Yeah.
So at level 1 of your cryptozoology, you'll be able to do the goblin. Level 5 is a minotaur. Level 15 is a catbill pawn. What is that? It's probably something in the cryptozoology world.
It's in Stronghold Security. Yeah,
it's in Runescape. I'm an idiot. I haven't been there in a long time. There's a lot of weird monsters there. It's these green monsters in Stronghold Security. Yeah.
Yeah.
Level 20 is bronze dragons. Level 25 are green dragons. Level 35 are steel dragons. Level 45 are blue dragons. Level 55 mithril dragons. Level 65 red dragons. Level 75 adamant dragons. Level 85 black dragons. And level 90 rune dragons. So these are the time these monsters would need to spend in the incubator. So goblins would need 2 hours. Minotaurs 3 hours. Catbill pawn will be 4 hours. Bronze dragons 6. Green dragons 7. Steel dragons 8. Blue dragons 9. Mithril dragons 12. Red dragons 13. Adamant dragons 14. Black dragons 15. Rune dragons 16. All right, so what do you think so far of what we've read of the summary and the incubators to like get these monsters?
I have a personal bias to time gates.
Right, you're not a fan of farming and other things.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm kind of the opposite.
Yeah, you like it.
I kind of like them.
So I'm a little biased on this. I'm sorry, but it's definitely an interesting take, and I kind of like the idea and the potential, like that we're going to talk about in a little bit, that you can do with these with the creatures.
Yeah, I think it's cool leveling up the creatures, but like level 10 would be as a high level for a creature.
Yeah. One thing is like the whole feeding. I would. I don't want to spoil the rest of the stuff.
Okay, yeah, we'll go through it then.
Yeah.
Okay, the next part are the raids. There will be 3 levels of raids, easy, medium, and hard. Any monster can be used in any raid. However, lower level monsters will have a harder time completing higher level raids. Raids can be used to level the monsters from 10 to 15. Monsters that reach level 15 are no longer able to be used in raids. Rewards will scale with the level of difficulty of the raids. And the stats the monsters are hatched with are to be used strategically during the raids. I'm on board. That's cool. Mm-hmm. I also love the idea of when you're hatching these monsters, it's kind of randomly. So you can get like a goblin, but it's like a top tier goblin just from the stats you got.
Yeah.
Or you can get a goblin that's like high at offensive stats, but low defensive stats. Whereas you get another goblin. So you might want to keep both, right?
Yep.
So XP drops in training the actual skill. Low amounts of experience will be given when monsters are hatched. After the monster is trained to level 10, it can be released for higher experience drops. If player chooses to raid and get their monster level 15, they can be released for an even bigger experience drop. All monsters can be released before level 10, but with no experience drop. Experience received between monsters leveled between 10 and 15 will be based upon experience of level. The experience will be based off level 10 plus 100 experience per level. Again, like the idea of you having to decide to keep some but release others, right?
Yeah.
It kind of, I could definitely see training the skill, getting a really good goblin. Like imagine your RNG's on point, you get a really good goblin. It'd be super hard to release it to get like the bronze dragon at level 20.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of tough because you're like, God, I got the sparkling version of it, right? Mm-hmm. In Pokemon.
Yeah, the shiny.
Yeah, the shiny version.
This goblin's got a big one.
So goblins would give you between 500 and 1,000 experience, depending on level 10 to 15. But you get 15 experience when hatched. Minotaurs, require level 5, would give you 1,000 to 1.5 thousand and 20 experience when hatched. Catbill pawns will give you between 1.5k and 2,000 experience. Again, I'm just going to re-say this, though. It'll be between those 2 experience, depending on if it's level 10, 11, 12, 13, or 14, or 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Catlepons will also give you 25 experience when hatched. Bronze Dragons will give you between 2.5k and 3k with 40 experience when hatched. Green Dragons are 3k to 3.5k with 45 experience when hatched. Steel Dragons 3.5k to 4k with 50 experience when hatched. Blue Dragons 4,000 to 4,500 with 55 experience when hatched. I keep almost saying 1,000.
Yeah.
Mythal Dragons 5,000 to 5,500 and 65 experience when hatched. Red Dragons 5.5 to 6,000 with 70 experience when hatched. Adamant Dragons 6,000 to 6,500, 75 experience when hatched. Blue Dragons 6,500 to 7,000 and 80 experience when hatched. And finally, Rune Dragons level 90, 7,500 experience to 8,000 with 85 experience when hatched. So I think that's it's not gonna be like necessarily like, well, sorry, I was gonna say it's not gonna be like growing trees, but at the same time, when you're able to use, what was it, 3 different incubators and they're large incubators,
yeah,
that's 15 monsters you can have hatching at any time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that can be quite a bit of experience, but it's you're having to actually gain the eggs for it, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the problem would be with it. So it does give you it can be slow training while also being fast training, depending on, I guess, RNG and where you are in the game itself.
Yeah.
Right. Some people might just hoard these, then boom, blast it all out.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the experience rates seem fair. What do you think?
Like, I'm not super concerned with the raids because, like, that's like a personal preference thing.
Those can always be tweaked, and we see it all the time where it gets tweaked after something's released.
Yeah, my main thing is, which I was going to say earlier, the one thing that, like, I would change is, like, it's kind of finicky, but monster diversity. So you can have some more, like, magical creatures, like crawling hands or something, right? Like,
yeah.
That like do different things, like some that are more like magic based, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Obviously subject to change.
Yeah, obviously we would see way more with it. He's not going to sit there and list, 35 or like 100 different monsters that with levels and stuff. But yeah,
the main reason I bring that up is I think it'd be cool if you were able to like equip the certain creatures with like certain things. So like with a goblin, you can give him goblin mail.
Oh, nice!
And
finally,
then, or like a spear versus like a dagger. Right?
That's cool. I like that
because there's goblins with spears and daggers in the game, which would give them different styles. Which, depending if you could like choose which type of raid that they're in, it's like, hey, I got this really good like offensive goblin. I give him like this spear, which makes him better against like a dragon type.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have him, and then like, let's say I have like a barbarian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever. Barbarians hatch from eggs now. Who cares? But like whatever, like, another creature that you could be like giving different items, and then even like giving them certain foods and like potions, and then kind of letting them go at it. So you, like less micromanagey, kind of like you set them up. You let them go. They do their thing. They come back with their rewards. Blah, 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 blah. They might live or die. And then you could do that and then potentially release them, or like gamble and like give one guy like a bunch of crazy good loot, hope he can survive, and like use them to kind of brute force the harder raids and level up the guys quicker. You know what I mean? Like, let's say like a rune dragon that has like all this cool stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then you put them in to kind of carry some Addy myth dragons and like, or like a bronze dragon in a harder raid, and hope they all can make it so you can kind of power level.
Yeah.
Like you can do some really cool things by like kind of fidgeting around with their layouts.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I do like that. That's cool. You can like kind of customize and
yeah. Like, I would like to see like some of that stuff.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. So he has kind of final notes. To incorporate a PvP style aspect, players could take their monsters they have trained to an arena to battle each other, where the stats of the monsters are used alongside RNG and healing food for a battle. Skill NPCs could look like Hagrid from Harry Potter. The name might be better as something along the lines of dragon training or monster taming. Levels and experience drops and time limits will likely need tweaking. Can't wait for you guys to hear about my skill. I put a lot of thought into it. It was a lot of fun. I hope you guys aren't afraid to tell me if it sucks. If anything needs to be explained better, or if you guys have any questions about any part of it, feel free to email me back and Future episode. But so let's just talk about the whole thing as a whole. I love that idea. I've talked about it in the past, but RuneScape 3 came out with their own animal husbandry thing.
Yeah.
Where they have random stats sometimes, and I thought that was really cool, and I wish we got something like that.
Yeah.
Cool way of doing it. But I thought it was interesting when you mentioned the whole rating system, how you send them out and they're going to be doing their thing for X amount of time, right?
Yeah.
I was picturing you would be playing as the goblin and going through the raid. And I was picturing you would be playing as the dragon, and maybe you have a special attack bar that you would do the fire breath with. See, I was thinking of it a bit differently. Your idea is cool as well, because it's like a different way of doing it. It reminds me of Fallout Shelter. I don't know if you played that. You send them out of the Fallout thing and they collect items and you just hope they don't die.
Yeah.
But thinking of where you play the monsters itself, it changes you playing. It's a different way to play the game. And I think that in itself would be fun.
Yeah. That would be pretty dope.
And like Soul's Bane, what's cool about that is you get these weapons that you never get anywhere else, and you get to use them for this small amount of time. And you're hitting like 300, right?
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. And this gives us a chance to like maybe playing as maybe there's a raid and you choose, boom, I'm going to use a dragon.
You're just lighting shit on fire.
You're lighting shit on fire. Or you go there and you realize you're facing other dragons who aren't going to be hurt by dragon fire. So then you're like, shoot, I should have sent my cat bill pawn. Well, probably not. That's a lower level, but maybe a rune dragon. Or maybe I should have sent my... Obviously, there'd be other monsters in here.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have sent my crawling hands or basilisks or something. So like I said, I love this idea. I like the idea of fighting. It's like a Pokemon thing. It reminds me of, at least.
Yeah.
But it's cool. So let's go through it. Does this skill have a strong identity? I would say it does, in the sense that, well, I mean, I didn't know what cryptozoology was beforehand, but let's say you had like monster taming.
Yeah.
Boom, it's like a strong identity. I know exactly what we're going in with it. Obviously there's tons of room for growth, right? I mean, if this was a skill in the game, there'd be a lot more than just this. Yeah. But I think it's a good foundation to start off.
Yeah.
I would be excited to do this. Again, I see it being fun to train. Obviously not waiting for your incubators, but I mean, I do like the giant experience drops after 12 hours of waiting.
Yeah.
And
it's a good way to retain like a player to come on every day and stuff, right?
If you're looking at it from that angle, yeah. And again, the rating, let's say you're playing as the character, I could see that being a fun way of doing it. And plus, like you could really experiment with things. Like you could have kind of like Chambers of Xeric, where you have a party of people. Yeah. We need someone on a rune dragon. We need someone as I don't know, what's a defensive monster? We need someone as a hill giant. Or like imagine you like went through a raid and you're like, we need a hill giant, ice giant, fire giant, and boom, and like, I don't know, for some reason makes it easier.
Yeah. Auto chess.
Auto chess. I downloaded that app this week. We'll talk about it on episode 137 though.
Okay. Wait, app?
Yeah, auto chess. It's like this really big.
I know what it is, but I only know it from Dota 2. We'll talk about next episode.
Yeah, it's its own standalone game, which is very popular, apparently.
Yeah.
But hey, that is an idea you could do with this, right?
Yeah.
You really could. So, I like it because similar to the performance skill, it gives you different ways
you could
to
pivot
train it
with this idea.
Yeah, and you can I could just see myself, I'm sick of doing this. Let's go do a raid on my goblin. I need to train him up.
It's like, hey, I'm bored of bringing goblins to like arbors and like pillaging and killing, or like I'm bored of sending them out. Auto chess. Like you can have like different ways to train it.
It'd be pretty neat. Next, medieval versus fantasy.
Very fantasy.
I would say fantasy because of the monsters itself, and if you're playing with them. But at the same time, like you would use in like medieval times even now. Like you would get animals, right? Some like Romans constantly had lions facing other soldiers. Yeah. Or they'll have like a bear versus a lion. Yeah. So kind of, I do see it working there a bit. And it has its fantasy spin. Most things will, because it's RuneScape and it does have a heavy fantasy influence.
My only question is, if you hatch a dragon, will the Ministry of Magic be like chirping out?
Oh, jeez.
And now some dastardly kids have to sneak the dragon up to a tower.
Big old rune dragon.
Yeah.
I've only read the first 2 books of Harry Potter.
Spoiler.
And then gameplay loop.
Yeah, very definitive gameplay loop.
Yeah, and I also don't see it as like something that'd be a burden to train unless you strictly wanted to get to 99. But I see raiding being fun with it. I also see it being like farming, where I personally enjoy farming because I find it really satisfying to do a farming run and then get like 80k experience.
Yeah.
Whereas you don't like having to wait. You want to be able to train it when you want to train it.
Yeah.
But that could be a way where like raiding, maybe that completing raids gives you experience or something.
Yep. The PvP aspects.
That's cool too.
Auto chess.
But even just like having like a duel arena, like my goblin versus your goblin.
Yeah.
Let's go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
hey,
neat.
We could put gold on it. Put some gold on it.
Oh, like
tax.
Ooh, there it is right there.
Money sink.
All right, on to the next skill. All right, so this one is from Woodsbob and is Riftomancy or possibly exploration. Okay, so Riftomancy does not seem like to be a word. Perfect, because I'm starting to feel stupid reading these. Like, this can't be I've never heard of this before. Okay, so Riftomancy or possibly exploration. So the background, the world of RuneScape as a whole is big. There are threats within threats from beyond. Many know the gods of RuneScape are not native to Gielinor. The Void Knights serve the ideology of balance, Gothics defended. So initiation. A quest is used to introduce this quest to players. A series of rifts is opened leading to other worlds. Unfortunately, there are many holding hostile creatures. Some bent on destruction, some bent on righteousness. Others are barren or filled with resources. This skill focuses on interdisciplinary skill, use with the expeditions being the primary activity. Teamwork is necessary. And then what are rifts? Well, there are many types of rifts. Some are stable and are permanently available. Many will not allow you to bring foreign material into them. Others are temporary and only available for a certain amount of time. Some may be on a different plane. Example is the astral plane, or in a less developed world. The primary initiative of the skill is to keep invaders from invading through the rifts. The secondary goal is to explore and investigate any rifts to assess their risk or types of resources that could be utilized. So that chunk there, what do you think?
Yeah, look, I like it. I want to keep spoiling stuff. I probably shouldn't have read this ahead.
I started reading it and I was like, and then I read the performance one. I was like, oh, this is cool. I don't want to read the whole thing now. Let me check to see how. I clicked a bunch of them. I was like, holy crap, these are all so good. I want to do it. And then my girlfriend actually said, you should do it live. And I was like, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyways, I'll give my first opinion. Very heavily fantasy with the riffs, but riffs are all like, that's nothing new. RuneScape has tons of them, right? Different planes of existence. Mm-hmm. The Abyss is a different plane. Like there's that astral plane, Xanaris.
Yeah,
that's like another planet. So these things do exist, and they talk about it a lot. Like all the gods came from different planes. And if you look into any of the RuneScape 3 lore, a lot of like different battles happen from rifts opening. Yeah, and the creatures coming through. So yeah, it does make total sense. Yeah, I like the idea of there being so many different types of rifts. Like, you go to one and it's like got nothing in it. But another one has tons of resources, and then another one has enemies. Yeah. Right? They're different. You don't know what you're going to be getting. And to me, it makes sense that, like, okay, now I don't know if you would get the experience for it, but let's just say you get experience for doing the activities inside a rift. But I like having to report it as if you're like exploring it to someone else. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty good. Yeah, we'll continue on. The initiatory quest involves the player going to a rift and being introduced to the concept of expeditions. So expeditions, with the number of temporary rifts opening and closing, players can choose to enlist in an expedition where speed and teamwork is of the essence. Players can join teams of varying sizes to go on an expedition to one of these worlds, which will scale on the player's levels. They will need to set up a camp using the available resources and fortify the area. Many of the worlds will not let you enter with your own items and equipment due to the planar differences, but the soul is strong and allows your person to enter uninhibited through the turbulent rifts. Players may then explore generated land. They may draw aggression from hostiles, which they will need to defend against. They may also have the opportunity to create a peace treaty by completing a task for the inhabitants. It will be of great help to have teammates splitting work up.
Yeah, so that's
on board.
That's what was getting my goat. I was like, it's pretty cool.
It's sick.
That's kind of like what I was like kind of like edging towards with like my skill idea.
Oh, with astrology.
Yeah, this is just like very well articulated though. And like I love the idea of like you go in, you don't really know what to expect. So if you're going in with like a party or something, you're gonna be wanting like all aspects of like a player, like a community, right?
Yeah.
Like someone that has a lot of game knowledge, or like someone that's like got higher skills, like, you know what I mean? Like someone that's like more into the skilling, combat, even like different kinds of combat, like just depending on, you know, it'd be kind of cool. Like you can possibly set up a party and optimize roles.
Yeah. One thing I thought was cool was saying that these are temporary rifts, some of them.
Yeah.
And speed is of the essence.
Yep.
So that's cool, and the pressure's on. Imagine doing Theater of Blood, but you knew after 15 minutes you're going to get kicked out.
Yeah.
And potentially that rift could be gone, or that raid.
Or like you and your boys are pretty sweaty and you're like, this one's closing in 3 minutes. I'm pretty sure we can do it.
Yeah.
You guys go in, rip through it really quickly, pop in and out. You could like optimally go through rifts if you know where they are in their timers, which eventually would be a thing.
Yeah.
But if you're a casual player and you're like going through it for the first time and it's like you spend 20 minutes and then like, oh my God, we got 2 minutes left. And you're like, your heart's just like racing and you and your boys are like,
you know, you'd have those moments too.
Oh yeah.
Especially like a higher level one, and maybe some of them you have like 45 minutes to do. Imagine you had 45 minutes and you were close to doing it, but it's like 43 minutes hits and you're like, oh my God, we still have to kill the boss.
Yeah.
So I love that. I like how they mention you might have to defend against monsters, like building like a little fort.
Yeah.
It, again, reminds me of Dungeons and Dragons, because rifts and planes are also, again, a lot of them, it's going to be common between the D&D and RuneScape. But I can, when I was reading this, I'm already picturing every rift would have, like in a role play sense, every rift would have its own story.
Yeah.
You'd walk back and be like, shit, yo, Deegan, remember that time when we had to go and, I don't know, defend some ancient planes against these invading forces, and we lost 3 of our party members, and there was just the boss left, and we had 4 more minutes to kill it. And
it was a skeleton. You bust out the crumble undead for some reason. You're doing Vorkath and you forgot, and like it worked out. But like, even like you could have like, if you guys don't like know what an escape room is, you have like these weird puzzly like things you have to figure out.
And you split up.
Yeah.
I like that. And then it also is incentive to be like, yo, we need to hop on Discord and talk this out, because we're doing a high-end level rift. And, you know, there's no time to screw around. And obviously, not sure how many different rifts there would be, but I imagine like with a temporary rift, you might not know when you're getting it back. Maybe certain items come from that rift. So you're like, we have to beat it because I want that, maybe that shield, that ancient shield from the Third Age. That's where we are right now during the God Wars. We went back in time, and that's sick. Holy shit. Just thinking about that, going back and having to do some activities. That's good. I like it. I'm on board. Yeah. And I just think it's cooler. Like, you screw up and you miss the rift. You don't know when it's coming back.
Yeah.
You might not get it back for a while.
That's on you. That is the opposite of Easyscape.
Yeah.
It's more cutthroat.
All right, so some of the tasks. Players will need to use combat and non-combat skills. Resources will be needed to make camps, and the resources available will change. Some worlds will have wood and others stone. Some may have a bountiful runic essence, which can be crafted into fortification. Inventory management will be essential through the skill. A progression of this skill could increase your ability to understand and communicate with natives, or have different ways of overcoming challenges. You may be able to learn of a monster from natives that could be of a much greater threat. So it's cool. I'm already seeing like bringing in skillers or something, right?
Yeah. You gotta track like a house with chicken feet, you know, from like Lunar Diplomacy, Lunar Isle, the house with chicken feet. But hey, my boy's got 99 Hunter. Let's find those tracks.
Yeah. Or imagine you go into this rift and you're like, I don't really know what we're going to have to do here. We need 2 of you guys to build a fort, because that might take a while. We're going to go explore to see what else is there. We might come across a party that we're like, all right, we're getting attacked. Run back to the fort. Or maybe you run back to the fort being like, dude, screw the fort. We need to go protect this village that's getting invaded down here. Right? I'm already seeing a lot you could do with it, and it's cool. Okay, so progression from level 1 to 3, get that through a quest. Makes sense. Okay. Level 3 to 10, there's beginner expeditions, which is going to be basic camp making, skilling, and combat. Level 11 to 30, basic expeditions, introduces mechanics into the expeditions, which will increase options. Level 30 to 60, intermediate expeditions. This increases limitations in the worlds explored, adding more skill diversity needed and flexibility needed to complete expeditions. Level 60 to 80 adds more mechanics such as skills to defeat bosses like an Ent-type boss with woodcutting or crafting Slayer face masks to mine in a sulfur cavern. That's sick. I like that again.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like this guy, we got a bunch of awesome helmets, but like, hey, there's a cave here. We should either maybe just send one person in. Here's a face mask, go in.
Yeah.
He goes in, guys, the fucking cave collapsed on me. I can't get out now.
Yeah.
Now your team has to go find another entrance or something. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
And then level 90 plus, Elite Expeditions requires fast-paced teamwork and skill. So it's pretty straightforward. Different tiers, right? With different different skills needed for it. So XP rates at level 90 would peak at 100k an hour if you have a cooperative team. Solo options would still be viable. As you progress in the skill, you can have longer expeditions. Skills can be gathered faster in certain scenarios, such as mining ancient runite, which could mine faster than normal and can also be used on the expedition. A possible award system could be skilling body and legs that hold various equipment and could be brought into rifts. Example, one that has a hammer, farming tools, etc. Or it could be upgraded incrementally with more tools. You could also get an ADZ that functions as a pick and axe at the same time as a rune. At the same rate as rune equipment. Not every expedition will be a boss. Scouts may be NPCs that assess different worlds for threats and post missions, like repairing a magical or runic fault that could cause a magical earthquake. There could also be a bounty system to hunt down monsters that have invaded and are in hiding in Gielinor. I like the idea of the rewards that focus on utility. Obviously, there are a lot of holes that haven't been fleshed out, like locations of the rifts and content of the expeditions. Let me know what you think. So again, like I don't have to keep saying this, I don't think, but with these skills, we're not expecting like a full-on boom, throw into the game, everything's fine.
Yeah.
But what I'm looking for is like, can I picture it? And yeah, I'm getting all these different ideas. I see it being a lot of fun to train. It's slow experience, but kind of like to me, this seems like a skill I'm doing because it's fun to do, not because I want level 90 for whatever reason.
Yep.
And also, again, with this type of skill where it's like, seems like a fun skill to train, it totally makes sense for the equipment you get, not necessarily going to affect the combat outside of rifts, maybe. It's more so for in more rifts.
Yeah.
Because if it's a fun content, you're going to want the best gear because you're going to keep doing it for fun, right? And sure, there might be a payoff at some point. Yeah, I can see it. You have any thoughts of this skill? Anything you want to mention before we go through the three? I
pretty much mentioned it. Like I like it. Yeah,
I like it too. It seems like good.
A lot of diversity that you could like throw in within like these rifts and all that, and it makes it very like D&D-esque with the possibilities. Yeah, like it's very like. It opens up a lot of creativity and cool concepts you can add. And
I feel like with this sort of content, I would want someone at Jagex or maybe a couple people constantly coming up with new rift scenarios.
Like with weekly updates, they could be like, oh yeah, new rifts added, these rifts are gone.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, even cyclical like type rifts where it's like, yeah, for this month, hey, it's Christmas, so now we have a lot of Christmas-based rifts or something. Yeah, right?
Maybe they have like 20 or I don't know what kind of number would be ridiculous, but you have numbers and it's like randomly selected each different week or different month. You don't throw away the rifts, but maybe you just like, you won't get them or you have less chance of getting them.
Yeah.
And this also gives a chance to be like, we came up with like 5 new rifts to throw into the skill.
Yeah.
All right. So skill identity.
Yeah.
I see it has its skill identity, but I don't think it would be I don't think you would know exactly what it is just from looking at the skill.
Yeah, mainly because I don't really know what Riftomancy means.
Yeah, I think it's just like a rift, but maybe like exploration or expedition skill, right? Which is so I think the skill identity is pretty cool. But I think the flaw I do see with it is kind of with dungeoneering, where people are like, they love dungeoneering. We see it now. We've already had 3 dungeoneering-esque ideas, right? But people would say it seemed more like a mini game.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, though, I do think the tiers make sense. I don't want. There does need to be some way to prevent me from going to the highest type of rift right away, or maybe there doesn't. Maybe you just focus on it being a PVM content too, right?
Yeah.
Not skill related, but Dungeoneering was a skill that people loved, and it did kind of worked. This is the only complaint was that people felt it was a minigame.
Yeah.
So that could work. This could work too. Next is medieval versus fantasy. Very fantasy.
Yeah, extremely fantasy.
But I see it. It works. To me, it works.
Nothing wrong with it being fantasy, especially that it's like very unique.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to like the whole skill. Maybe the name would have to be changed or something because like if it's expedition but it's fantasy.
Yeah. Actually, I kind of want to go back. I think the skill identity is probably more strong than what I made it out to be because it does just focus on exploring rifts.
Yeah.
Nothing else, right? You're not like crafting, I don't know, weaving shit for something.
The thing I was going to say is like if it's a fantasy skill, it needs a fantasy name.
Right. So Riftmancy or Riftology or...
But what does that mean?
Yeah.
So like if I'm being picky, we have to like a new name, but obviously it's just a name. It's
a pretty decent idea if the name is like, well, that's the one thing that I think I would change. So yeah, it is fantasy, but it works. You're not introducing rifts into the game because we already have different planes of existence.
Yeah.
Then gameplay loop, I see it being very fun to train.
Yeah.
I see it being very fun to train. I see it being something that people don't do the skill because they want 200 mil experience. I see most people doing it because it's fun.
Yeah.
Which kind of we need that, right?
Yeah.
All right, the next skill is from third Age Lars. He says, hey guys, just wanted to let you know my skill idea. And the skill idea is speech. Speech would be a skill that you utilize in conjunction with questing, gathering, and crafting skills. Speech can also work with the current in-game item, Ring of Churros, which is, I barely use that item. I would love more uses for it.
Yeah.
Because right now, a lot of the uses are
quest related
or save 5 GP from buying silk or something.
Yeah.
Whatever. As old school RuneScape consists of a lot of talking to NPCs and even other players, I believe this could be utilized to put in a speech skill. Basic use of the skill would be to lower prices for certain shop items in game, possible alternative or quicker questing routes, possibly make a list of RuneScape secrets that could only be obtained by training the skill, i.e. ability to wield particular items or use particular prayers as an example.
Goblin mail.
Yeah. I like being able to skip maybe parts of a quest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, you get that with like Skyrim and Fallout where you have a high speech, you can kind of bypass stuff.
Yeah.
So that would be cool because a lot of people don't necessarily like questing. So it'd be cool to let's say like one small favor, you can skip one part of grabbing someone's item.
Yeah.
Convince me he doesn't need it.
Even like in the biggest gripe with like Deadman mode, rest in peace, but was like redoing the same quest over and over again.
Right.
Opens up alternative like, hey, you got your speech to this level and now you can skip like this multi-way combat in Shiloh Village.
Yeah, maybe someone's like, okay, it might take me longer to train my speech up to skip this quest, but it'll be safer.
Or even like specifically Shiloh Village, you could like, hey, there's actually a trapdoor right above the like where you go and summon the dude and fight him.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So like everyone's camping multi and you're just like, whoop. And you're like right there. You can bypass the whole dungeon.
Yeah. Obviously, this wouldn't be it, but it's like you have 99 speech. You go to like the Desert Treasure, you talk to him, quest complete instantly.
What are you talking about, sir? Here are my diamonds. And you like paint them.
Yeah.
Use dye on them. It's like dope.
You're never gonna find the diamonds. Just train me with them. Let's just get this pyramid working again.
Yeah.
Okay. It turns out.
Try it out later.
Just unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah.
Oh, true. To train the skill, you could passively gain experience from quests, but this should be minimal and used as an introduction to the skill. You could talk to particular NPCs that have dialogue options. You could unlock by having a particular skill level in which you talk them into sharing their problem with you. The higher the speech level, the harder the task. The hardest tier could match current requirements for the hardest quests. You can then complete tasks for the NPC, mixing in other skills depending on the tasks with a reward in speech experience and GP or items. So again, I can see this being effective for like that. The observatory quest that you talked about as a peer.
Yeah.
And like that reward can really screw your count up.
Yeah.
I could see like it becoming in uses for that where you're like, okay, now you can choose what you want.
Yeah.
So at level 1, men and women, easy tasks usually requiring level 1 gathering skills and then talking to level At with level 5, you could talk to goblins and farmers. Easy tasks usually require level 1 to 5 gathering and crafting skills. Level 40, knights and druids. Medium tasks usually involving level 30 to 45 gathering or combat skills. Potential to find out a secret is low. Level 70, Hades Cosientus. Of course, right? Hard tasks usually involving high skill requirements. Multiple tasks to complete. Chance of obtaining secrets, low to medium. Above is a rough example layout of how the tasking system could work on some key levels. I was not sure how detailed I should go, so I am going to leave it there. I have plenty more I could add, but I don't know if I'm just polishing a turd now or not. So I'm going to leave it with you guys. And if you like it, you like it. Thanks for the long read, Lars. So I can see a lot of potential with this. It's that's the thing. It'd be a kind of a hard skill to find out like how to train it and like where you get your rewards from and all that sort of stuff. But I do like the idea of promoting actually reading in-game dialogue a bit. Yeah. And yeah, you could like the tasks would act similar to like clue scrolls. You know, you might not get like the clue scroll rewards, but you know, you could have something, right? There's like Hades Cosientus. Terrible NPC, but you know, if you make this his use, maybe you have him as a higher level. You can be like, dude, what the fuck is going on with your getup? You know what I mean? Like suddenly, who knows? Maybe.
Well, you see, Sonny. Like, something. Yeah.
It could lead to like a nice quest or something.
Yeah.
So skill identity. Does this skill have a strong identity? Speech. I think it's straightforward, but I think because of we've all played RuneScape, it would probably take us some time to figure out. You know
what exactly is going on with it?
Yeah, like it's
like you know what it is, but you don't know what to do in the game with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Medieval versus fantasy is very real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I say real, it's like it's not fantasy at all, right?
Yeah.
And then gameplay loop. I see this just kind of supplementing the gameplay you're already going to be going through.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a loop. It would be more of like flavor, like spice, you know, like it just kind of adds, like you don't really like it. Kind of sounds like you don't just sit there like the average person wouldn't sit there to train speech. It's like something that you just got while getting your quest cape,
similar to how someone might be bearing bones.
Yeah,
you know, you're not getting a whole lot, and they're like, screw it, they're there. So I see it's like supplementing it. So it's a cool idea. Obviously, there you need to probably figure out more of like the end game result. And kind of like a better foundation of the skill itself.
Yeah.
But I think one of the major flaws is that this skill could probably work way better if it was introduced at the beginning of RuneScape.
Yeah.
With all the other skills. But since we've all played it, it's going to be one of those things that people are going to like, they just spam through the dialogue. People might not want to slow down and check out different options and stuff, right?
Yeah.
All right, on to the next one. We have I'm Cool 42069, sick, with his commerce skill. Ooh, this is a big one. All right, let's get into it. So, the introduction. The world of RuneScape is vast in size. Borders are drawn by allies and compromised by enemies. Some means of transportation are well charted and relatively safe for regular civilian travel, like the route from Port Sarim to Karamja. Some routes have a reputation as too treacherous for regular civilians, like navigating the war-devastated territory between Yanil and Ardone. Some routes are undocumented and shrouded by mysteries, such as Trollim and Trollweeze. There are even means of getting around only available to those who can harness the power of runes. RuneScape is a living and breathing world, with trade and travel as its oxygen. Meet Oldschool, RuneScape's newest skill, commerce. From the pots in the Lumbridge General Store to the monkey nuts at the Apatol food stall. Just how do the goodies of Gillinor get harvested, refined, manufactured, crafted, sold, and shipped and received for the masses? Commerce serves the purpose of the answers to that question. I feel like I'm already reading a dev blog. You know what I mean?
This is like RuneFest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I picture Mod Ed standing on stage pitching this idea.
Yeah.
What qualifies commerce as a skill and not just a minigame or quest, etc.? Stores in RuneScape are stocked according to timers. That won't change. Commerce just provides lore and flavor for who, what, when, where, and why shops have what they have. An example, the apothecary in Varrock. He grew up as a training druid in Taverley. One day, he eavesdropped on a group of adventurers heading toward the dungeon to slay Cerberus, who he assumed to just be a myth the druids talked about to scare young druids away from the dungeon. That is, until later that evening he saw the adventurers in scorched metal armor returning from the dungeon. They were talking about how they will use the super restore potions they looted to offset the negative effects of Ceridome and Bruise to slay Jad. What are Ceridome and Bruise? What's a Jad? Is Cerberus real? How could these simple adventurers become so powerful they slay the mighty Cerberus like it's just a nagging chore? These questions the druids could not answer. The young druid created an explosive that would hopefully weaken the southeast wall bordering Falador well enough to create a two-way secret passage between the two territories. He would humor the druids and their spiritual nonsense by day and take to the riches of knowledge in Asgarnia by night. He detonated the explosive and it successfully crossed through the damaged wall. Much to his surprise, the city had men equipped with bows and arrows who shot and arrested him within minutes. After serving 4 years in the Falador jail, the young I'm reading a novel right now. Yeah. The young druid attempted to return home and could not persuade the druids to forgive him. Shunned from Asgarnia, he turned to the streets of Varrock, but was too docile to hang with the thugs in Varrock's slums. However, many adventurers passing through the area were willing to pay a considerable sum of money for strength-enhancing potions, as the knowledge of herblore was forbidden to them. While the druid's knowledge of herblore was only that of an apprentice, he could certainly mix up something that adventurers would find better than nothing. He started as a simple back-alley dealer. Deal after deal, his business grew. Eventually, he was able to buy a building, become a formal business, and live a normal life. He may never have the free time to explore the world and answer the questions that made him turn his back to the druids. However, his minimal knowledge of herblore exceeded that of anyone else in Misthalin, and that was enough to earn him a reputation of a wise man he so desired. As you level up commerce, you unlock chat options on certain NPCs that trigger cutscenes containing their story, such as the one described above. After the cutscene, a reward is granted. This mechanic is explained in the rewards section. Now expanding onto the actual commerce skill. The next point, the act of having knowledge to traverse the lands of RuneScape is currently not quantified by a skill. Traversing lands is in fact a skill, and should be represented in RuneScape as a skill even if it seems unusual that you need to meet a skill requirement to use a certain route for trading that you already have knowledge of because you used it for something unrelated like a quest. The precedent for this is already set by Slayer, where the knowledge of killing special monsters is represented by a skill, even if it seems unusual that you have to kill unrelated monsters to learn how to whack a gargoyle with a hammer, the same way you whack an anvil of which you already have knowledge of through smithing. I think that's a fair point, right? Slayer didn't come with the base game, and it was probably a very weird moment to get a skill where it's like, you can't kill these monsters now because of this number requirement.
Yeah.
And the next point. Currently, knowledge of supply versus demand is not quantified by a skill, even though the world of RuneScape and the activities players do is shaped by the desire to make gold. Commerce would enable knowledgeable players who spend all day standing at the GE to do other activities, which give them maximum commerce gains thanks to their understanding of the economy. And then he has here, whoa, you're bringing the GE into something that involves NPC ran shops? Where is this going? Well, underneath the Grand Exchange, there is a sprawling trading center in Keldagrim. This trading center will be the main hub of the commerce skill, with tutor NPCs, a beginner's quest, and much more. There are two primary ways of trading commerce, fulfilling orders and caravanning through trade routes. Okay, I don't know what the caravanning through trade routes is, but my imagination, I'm already liking it.
Fallout 2?
I was just thinking that. You haven't played Fallout 2? You do caravans where you deliver trade goods, but then you're getting ambushed along the way. You got to defend it.
Mm-hmm.
Good game. All right, so first, fulfilling orders. The 8 mining directors at the Keldagrim Trading Center are expanding their business to cover more than just mining and smithing industry. These 8 directors, with the addition of a new director designed for people with level 1 to 9 commerce, each represent a tier of levels through 99 for the commerce skill. Every 4 hours, each of these 9 directors have a new order that needs to be fulfilled. This order is synced across all worlds. The beginner director needs 200 bronze arrows. The tier 40 director needs 500 raw sea bass. The tier 80 director needs 10 dragon scimitars. You can simply buy these items off the GE or harvest them yourself. Regardless, all you need to do is turn them into the directors for experience. Similar to farming, it's a simple task that grants a single large splash of experience that you can only do once every few hours. You can only fulfill one order from one director every 4 hours. You do not have to use the highest tier director unlocked, but like Marks of Grace, if you're level 80 commerce and try to use the tier 50 director, you will receive a severe experience penalty. Here's some points for the actual fulfilling orders activity. The table of items that each director pulls from will be huge. Lower tier directors will only ever ask from a selection of a few dozen items each. However, tier 70 and higher directors will each have tables consisting of a few hundred items each. This would make it easy to grind out early levels to get some basic unlocks, which is explained later. But completely impractical to just stockpile items unless you have billions of gold. With this activity, the Grand Exchange will see price, supply, and demand fluctuations every 4 hours on certain items. Since this activity is low effort and low cost early on, mid to higher tier directors that most players will reach within a couple months will become the most popular experience rates, as experience rates do not catch up to level requirements. Like how with farming you use early fruit trees for less than a week, but papaya and palm saplings for several weeks and months. Keeping in mind that the activity only changes 6 times a day and the tables they pull from will be from hundreds of items. The tier 80 and tier 90 director will be nearly 1,000, including some higher end items like dragon weapons, but not whips, treasure trail uniques, etc. It will take the community weeks or even months for some directors to discover what their tables are, what the quantity ranges are, etc. Going back to what was mentioned about GE skills, the NPCs in each director's office will rarely be consistent. Once every 30 minutes to an hour. Be consistent, think out loud about the next order. This dialogue is designed to provide hints at what items will be requested next and how many will be in the order, so that people with good game knowledge and GE savvy can quickly climb up to the Grand Exchange and stock up on the item that they think is coming next. For example, a tier 20 director's office has a secretary. One time, every 30 minutes to 1 hour, at random synced across all worlds, for 4 hours, they say the following in order. Yikes, that's going to be awkward to fit into a box. Well, at least there's not too many of them coming in. Such an ugly color, who would wear something so hideous? Wait, this can't be right. It's being shipped to the lava maze? The item is a black full helmet. Just for flavor, you can deduce the order was placed by the Black Knights to resupply their men at the lava maze. A year after release, tables will be well known. To prevent people from buying out items from lower tier tables and locking out poor newbies, low tier directors will only request items that are easy to be obtained outside of the Grand Exchange. Higher tier directors will only request items that are more feasible to buy from the Grand Exchange, enforcing an economy influencing metagame as a result of the commerce skill. So that's pretty interesting. It seems like it's turning the actual merching aspect into a skill.
Yeah.
Now you're not going to get experience from just merching, but you can choose. It's basically you choose. Do I want the experience by trading it in, or do I want to flip it and make money from other people who want the experience?
Yeah.
So it's pretty interesting. What do you think about a skill that has to do with the economy and item prices?
It's a pretty cool concept, but it is kind of squirrely. Like the average player would have to be checking a skill to make sure that, like, imagine you're like PKing, you're on like you're pure, you die. Oh, need a new DSim. Okay, well, it's not buying at 80k a pop. What's going on? Well, I can wait 4 hours to go buy another one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the price fluctuations could be really big. And it could like potentially like hurt a casual player base. But as a concept, I do think it's kind of cool to have like a skill that one of like the training methods would be kind of like at the GE.
Yeah,
like,
or are you deciding, is it worth buying, or should I just go grind some items out?
Yeah.
So it's pretty neat. And I mean, it breathes life into Keldegrim.
Yeah.
Not many people are going there unless you're doing Blast Furnace. Next is the caravanning trade routes. There's lots of skilled traders running across shops selling runes, ores, weaponry, and other essential items all across RuneScape. Aubrey is a trader, not an essence miner or a rune crafter. And that's the rune salesman from Varrock, right? While he's certainly capable, he's an elite wizard, not a laborer. Who crafts the runes that stock Aubrey's shop? Who mines that essence? Who delivers that essence to the crafter? Is it a long journey, short, easy, hard, safe, dangerous? Trade routes are instances very similar to temple trekking. There are stops along the route which take a certain amount of time depending on your level in other skills. No stop in any route is impossible without a certain level in a skill, but some are not viable as a means of training commerce without high level skills. Some routes are long and have a lot of stops, but the stops do not take much time, much more or less time based on your other skill levels. Make them good for lower levels. For example, the Lumbridge General Store's trade route requires a player to protect clay miners in Varrock from low-leveled muggers. Create a couple simple canoes to go down the river to Barbarian Village, go through dialogue with right and wrong answers, the barbarians at Barbarian Village to allow the craftsman to make pots. Then, drawing a circle around the caravan and channeling the home teleport spells to take everyone back to Lumbridge. Some routes are short and have very few stops, but are incredibly difficult for players with some disadvantages like low agility. For example, the food stall in Apatoll requires monkey nuts, which are picked at the monkey nut tree at the top of Apatoll agility course. Conveniently, you can just wrap the monkey nuts in their leaves, tie up the ends, and just let them flow down the river into a net, which in the next instance you go and collect. Then you're done. A 2-stop instance. People with 80 agility will find this to be very fast and easy commerce experience. People with 40 agility will find this to be very slow and frustrating and might instead choose to help a different food stall like the cake stall in Ardone, which doesn't have an agility stop. The monkey nut gathering trade route is a great example of how someone with an already good account can accelerate through early game commerce content. The monkey nut route may only have a level 30 commerce requirement, since it's just a food stall. However, because your account is good and has high agility, you're rewarded with faster experience. If your account is not already so great, that's fine, but you're going to earn commerce experience at a slower rate by helping the Ardone cake stall gather flour at the local mill, which does not scale off skill. Still, 30k experience an hour is faster than floundering around on the Apatoll course with 20 agility, getting 10k experience per hour, since you failed to scale the monkey nut tree 9 out of 10 times. Of course, there are all sorts of variations between long, short, simple, and complicated routes, making commerce experience per hour scale based off how high your other skills are and what parts of the map you have unlocked. There are 34 types of shops in RuneScape, so every 2 or 3 levels, you unlock a new shop you can caravan for. Level 1 are general stores, Tier 40 is sword shops, Tier 80 are gem shops, etc. You're awarded for caravanning trade routes with steady commerce experience, rate scale similar to Hunter, and very small amounts of experience in the skill you utilize during your stops. So I guess if you're doing the monkey nut one, I mean, obviously you'll get some experience, but I guess you would get a little bit of bonus experience as well, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think about the caravanning and like trade routes?
It's a cool idea, replayability wise. I don't know how many people would enjoy them, like doing the same routes over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And there could be a metagame instantly kind of developed to like just do this to, for a long time, depending on what the routes were. And like, I mean, these are just like examples that he's thought of, but if people thought of like different examples that could be like more diverse or something.
Like I can already think of some, like maybe like a tier, like a really high tier one that's going to give you a lot of experience. Maybe rewards. We still need to go through rewards, right?
Yeah.
But what if one was like, you need to do a trade route from Varrock to like the Mage Arena delivering runes.
Yeah.
Something like that. Where it's like, wow, you have to travel through the wilderness. Maybe there's like there's RNG events where you're walking and then you get attacked by bandits or you get attacked by a bear. You know what I mean? These monsters just spawn and now you have to deal with that as well.
Stumble across Callisto or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that'd be great. And it also I like the idea of being able to do this because it feels like it opens the door to, let's use that Mage Arena route. You could like, maybe you can get a party together and do it with other people. And maybe it's like less experience. Like you all sign up to do it and now you're in a party.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I do think it gives life to a whole aspect of the game that we've never really considered.
Yeah. And it'd be,
like,
imagine walking from Falador to Varrock and you see like someone walking with, I don't know, like a wagon full of some sort of gear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or some sort of items that they're bringing to Falador from Varrock.
Mm-hmm.
It breathes more life into the game, I find. And those kind of events is what I've always liked. Like Skyrim has a bunch of those and it really makes the game more immersive.
Yeah.
And now for the rewards. There are 3 types of rewards and reasons to do this, all of which aim to make the player feel rewarded for having a good understanding of the game's economy, add flavor to stores, and make the player feel like they know their way around. The first reward, as mentioned above, special dialogue at certain shops, with certain NPCs that unlocks unique rewards. The example above for the apothecary would be a dialogue option that unlocks at level 20 commerce. After the cutscene, the apothecary would offer to sell players untradeable bottomless strength potion vial, which functions similar to the bottomless compost bucket except for strength potions. The goal of these rewards is not to break other content of the game, but to make players feel it's worth it to keep commerce up with the progression in the game. Obviously, when the skill first comes out, max accounts would not be using the bottomless strength potion vial, but it will be helpful for new players. Ideally, there's one special dialogue and unlock at level 10, 20, 30, 40, etc. An example of a high-level unlock at tier 90 or tier 80 or tier 90 could be something like a sack of troll soil, which allows you to make one herb patch disease-free. The second reward is unlocking of useful shortcuts in item transporting objects that boost gains similar to the coal carts west of Sears Village. These shortcuts are not necessarily tied to agility, but some are. These shortcuts may not function like traditional shortcuts, but some do. An example of a more traditional shortcut could be an alternative entrance to the dwarf mines that does not require scaling the mountain. This could have a one-time mining requirement alongside a low commerce requirement. An example of a more unique shortcut could be that you can parachute from the gnome glider at certain points along routes to unlock ways of getting to new areas. With 60 commerce and 50 agility, you could parachute to Catherby on the glider route between Tree Gnome Stronghold and White Wolf Mountain. An example of an item moving objects would be a chute from the Catherby shores to the Water Obelisk Island that adds up to 28 uncharged water orbs to a stockpile on the island. There is another chute that players can use to move charged water orbs to a stockpile back to Catherby shores. And the third reward is the most controversial and one that I'm not certain of, but it's definitely fun to consider how it could be implemented. The third reward is that your commerce level breaks ties that grant exchange. Ooh, what does that mean? Essentially, if someone with 40 commerce puts an offer to sell 5,000 mine runes at 4 GP, and someone with 60 commerce puts an offer to sell 5,000 mine runes at 4 GP, the person with 60 commerce will always have their mine runes sold before the person with 40 commerce. Huh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
This may cause prices to drop as GE alts with low commerce resort to undercutting and accepting low margins. To combat this, a small tax may be implemented to the Grand Exchange to stop people from using alts to flip and instead focus on training commerce as a viable means of flipping.
This would really hurt GE bots.
Yeah.
Like the easy flips, like the bots that just flip fire runes and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And the last point here is there may be other perks to add to the Grand Exchange on commerce skills, such as offer slots, low tax rates, better buy limits, etc. So what do you think of the rewards? There was 3 listed here, right? So the first one being new dialogue options, but also opening locked away items in shops, like the bottomless strength potion.
Yeah. I like that as a concept. Maybe strength potion might be a little weird, but I like the idea of these.
Yeah, I can see it could be overpowered. Like if you get a super strength potion, let's just say down the road.
Yeah.
But while I was reading that, I was thinking, what if it gives you a boost like a normal strength potion, but it only lasts for a minute, but it's also got a cooldown of 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So now you can use it more often. It's cheaper, but your DPS is probably going to be lower since you're going 2 minutes with no boost. So you can do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which kind of offset it.
Yeah, I do really like. I think that'd be pretty interesting to have like special items locked behind it, and that you would kind of like unlock through like, I guess like with a higher commerce skill, you'd be more of like a well-known, trusted merchant type thing.
Yeah, okay.
Like lore-wise.
Yeah.
So I think that's maybe how it would work. But yeah, I don't know. I do like it. Like, I think it's pretty neat.
It's a cool idea, and an extra dialogue option which provides lore, which is pretty cool. Now, the negative is I find most players don't care about it. Or this is what I find that's weird. I mean, I am totally like this too, so I can kind of see the other side of this perspective, where I don't care about lore when I'm playing the game necessarily, but I do like going on the wiki after and reading about the lore.
Yeah.
Like I skipped through the quest, but I'll go back and maybe read it later, just stumbling across it. And I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care about lore at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see how it's a thing.
So and then the shortcuts.
Yeah. I really like that as an idea. Like the example with the coal mines in Sears Village.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think it's pretty neat. Although the only problem I find is that we have so many shortcuts and teleport options.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these would be cool. I almost wish we could have them implemented before we have like all the silver jewelry that's teleporting you around, and like all of these like these quality of life updates that now make it easier just to get around, right? Which could have commerce could have given more of a reason to bring these quality of life things in, but have it tied into a skill. And then the third one, the Grand Exchange one, it's a pretty interesting idea. I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough to know the actual impact of it, but reading it, I'm like, I want to be totally on board.
Yeah. It would definitely like if you had 99 commerce and like let's say you have 200 mil commerce and another guy has 200 mil commerce. I guess it would just act how normally works now. But like merching is already a really good way to make money in the game, and like disrupting that whole flow could seriously like impact certain players. And it doesn't sound like commerce is it doesn't really sound super enjoyable to level.
I find the trade routes could be fun. Like I could see some not necessarily being fun, like the monkey nut one. Like that one seems like one you would just kind of repeat like an agility course.
Yeah.
Whereas I do picture some of them where you're like actually on a caravan going on this like journey with these RNG events where you're getting ambushed or whatever it is. I could see those being fun, especially if you can get a group to do it together.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of thinking of it more of like a temple tracking skill.
Yeah, okay.
Like, because he mentions this, or they mention, like, it's going to be like temple tracking. And temple tracking gets really boring really quickly. And
it starts off fun, though. That's the thing, right?
Not really.
I did find when I was doing my lumberjack outfit that I was enjoying temple tracking. And I remember thinking, I wish the rewards were good enough that I could do this more often.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a personal preference, but I didn't really like that type of gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little biased. Like the idea itself is cool, but I can't imagine spending like 80 hours doing like 90 to 99 getting commerce like through temple tracking, and then also like dropping 400k plus every 4 hours. Like buying items.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like it's a skill that a lot of people would just kind of ignore.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like it would be fun to do on your own terms, but if you wanted to get that to 99 or level it up for a diary, then you might be thinking like I don't want to do this right now, and it sucks that I feel forced to do it.
Yeah.
But if you want to do it on your own time, I could see it being pretty fun and like kind of immersive.
Yeah.
Really puts the role playing into an MMORPG.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of an FAQ at the bottom here, so we'll go through it. It's gripes and a response to it. So the first gripe, agility is a skill that already represents our abilities to traverse RuneScape. The response to this, agility is a skill that Jagex struggled to think of rewards for 15 years ago, so they tacked on shortcuts that see almost no use. Good point. It's not a justification for the skill, and most people train agility for just a couple shortcuts and to spend more time running. Which is a fair point. Jagex itself said that they might want to make the energy regain from agility a little bit better because it's like very minimal.
Yeah. See, I've always thought of like my reasoning why I think agility is an okay skill, agility and like thieving, is that their quest skills, like they have like a weird place in the game where they're like kind of like the most common skills you need for a lot of quests. Like
that's
an
true.
Agility requirement, like a thieving requirement, but it doesn't lock behind game content. I feel like commerce would be involved in that, where like a new quest comes out, like, and you need 50 agility, 30 thieving, and like 28 commerce.
Yeah.
And then you're like doing random stuff.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So like that's kind of why I think agility is like fine where it's at, and why like, yeah, it's okay. Even though like outside of like, yeah, just using it for a quest, like
yeah,
doesn't have too much of a use.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point that thieving and agility are like quest skills.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times you're having to steal something or pick some lock, right?
Yeah.
In agility, there's constantly things you're having to dodge or obstacles you have to climb over.
Yep.
Makes sense. Yeah, and I think this would fall into it too. The next concern and gripe is the GE can't be coded to take into account your commerce level. Response, it's hard to say, but my understanding is that the Grand Exchange was simple to implement into Oldschool RuneScape, and it may be easier to change things with it than people realize. Actually, I can't speak about it because when it comes to like engine work and game knowledge, I'm not very smart.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be impossible to have like a priority system. Not impossible. It might like bog down the games. Like the server is hard.
Right. Similar to why we can't have bigger bank sizes.
Like imagine having to track 30 plus, or like, I guess, whoa, that's weird. Almost 30,000 players, but like 130,000 players and like.
On any given time.
Yeah. And like, let's say 60,000 of them are using the GE every day. Even if it's like, hit 20% buy, and then it's gonna have to do a check to see what their commerce skill is, so no weird GE exploits. Yeah, so like I don't know how it would exactly, like it could be impossible to do.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. The next concern and gripe is this is either a lot of effort or a huge money sink for mediocre rewards. And the response is, you can train commerce without spending any money, or you can train commerce exclusively by spending money. Commerce should be a free and high effort like Hunter, or expensive and low effort like Prayer, because it's designed to make a player feel like their account is more well-rounded. That's a feeling that should be accessible to all players and is something that will need to be heavily accelerated by players who are already max or near max. A bottomless strength potion vial is not something a max account should be grinding for. That's a fair point. And then the last gripe here is, what about players that don't care about well-rounded accounts and only like specific content like PvM, PvP, or skilling? That does encompass most accounts after all. Response, everyone can train commerce their own way for their own reasons. For some people, they're gonna for sure stop at 30 commerce because their G Mauler doesn't need anything else from commerce. That's similar to how some people stop training agility when they get full graceful. It's okay, because commerce still has a positive impact on the economy that everyone participates in it by creating demand for items, which are then taken out of the game. This increases demand, which then causes the supply to drop and prices to rise to encourage people to gather more supplies. Ideally, commerce will provide a small buff to skilling. And there's the skill there. So there's a big write-up, a lot of work into that one.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very interesting idea.
Yeah.
It's a different perspective for a type of skill.
Yeah.
Right? It seems like a skill that has as much to do with NPCs as it does with interacting with other players.
Yeah.
In some way. Any thoughts you want to sum this up?
Yeah, I like the idea, but I don't think like it'd be so hard to implement and to have like the gameplay loop would be kind of an issue. But
I think the problem is a lot of players just wouldn't necessarily care.
Yeah, like the concepts are really cool and unique and they sound fun. But
and it's great for like world building and like how he says RuneScape's a living and breathing world.
yeah,
That sort of stuff would totally add to it. But like the unfortunate thing is I find there are many players who don't really care.
yeah.
They don't care that there's like the world feels real.
Yeah, the average person's just like getting baked, killing goblins.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're just kind of like there to just like play the game, I guess. And commerce would kind of like, I'm thinking more of like the GE aspect. Like because like if an item is just arbitrarily like increased for like a while.
Yeah.
For like what? How long would like, let's say it's like, oh, you had 10 rune medium helms. And then some dude's like, why is this? Okay, well, commerce. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait like 3 days to buy one.
It'll be 4 hours, right? They switch every 4 hours.
Yeah, but like the rise and crash of items constantly happening.
Yeah.
It would kind of make it really hard for like a new player to navigate a GE and all that stuff. But I think like the replayability of the skill would be like the biggest issue for most people.
Yeah, I mean, I like the different ways to train it. It does seem to be enough of variety so that you might not get bored. But then I think, unfortunately, like I mentioned before, that if you felt pressured to do a straight grind, like right now, I'm doing from level 80 to level 96 fishing. And it's kind of brutal, but it's pretty AFK. I find if I was in the same situation doing this, it might feel like how agility feels with me, where I'm not a huge fan of training agility.
Yeah.
And I'll do it sometimes for maybe some of the rewards or stuff. But when I feel I have to do from level 80 to just 90, it's a bit daunting.
Yeah.
But I can see this totally being fun where you're like, I'm going to hop on. Not sure I'm going to do. You know what? I'm going to go to Keldagrim real quickly, talk to some of the directors. I might do a trade route. I'm only going to be playing for an hour. So let's just do some of this stuff.
Yeah.
I could see you enjoying the 1 hour doing it. But like I said, the activity, you're doing it for the activity, not for the level in the end.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go through the 3 categories here. Skill identity. Does it have a strong identity?
Yeah, 100%.
I think it does, but also it's like, it's very, not vague, but it encompasses a large part of the game.
Yeah.
Where it's like, not just the grand exchange and like, having to deal with, and then, sorry, not just like merching and like with the grand exchange, but also the delivery of NPC items and then, figuring out more lore behind some of the NPCs and why certain things are why they are.
Yeah.
So I feel like it does tackle a lot of it, but it's like a very big identity, I guess.
Yeah, but if you were to like look at commerce and then you're like, okay, well, like this is gonna involve trading and goods and services.
You know what? That's actually, you say that, and if this was back in the medieval days where you had your own ship and you're selling spices and stuff,
yeah,
you'd probably be tackling, you'd start learning, you'd meet people.
Yeah.
Merchants always had lots of connections in cities and knew all these players, people. Trade routes, I mean, you're dealing with the trade routes, and then so that, you know what, that's a good point. So yeah, I guess it does. I think I'm going to flip flop and say it does have a pretty strong identity then. Medieval versus fantasy. I would say it's a very real skill.
Yeah.
I mean,
it still goes on today.
Yeah, exactly. It's just in different forms, right? Yeah. And then the gameplay loop.
That's kind of where my issue is. Like, what the gameplay loop is, but for the average player, would that be fun?
Yeah, that's the hard one, because I see trade routes as being fun, but I also see it being a PVM activity. Like some of it being like, yo, let's group up and do this. It's going to be not a raid, but it's going to be like raid difficulty, where you're we're going to have to team up and really be prepared to like get ambushed.
Yeah, because I'm kind of picturing the skill as like you're like not a bodyguard. You're kind of in on the deal. You know what I mean? You're not just helping a merchant. Like you're kind of involved with the process.
Yeah, you're like a merchant, but you're not buying, but you're like the middleman. But you're still a merchant as well. You're not like a sellsword, like a mercenary. That's bodyguarding, as you said. So overall, I think this write-up is super interesting. And I mean, like, I could see this coming into the game. Not every part of it, but I can see a lot of it coming into the game and not even necessarily being a skill. Yeah. Like just being addition to what we already have, which, I mean, I think would be cool.
Yeah.
I'd love I would be cool with trade route activities that maybe just reward with some GP or, you know what I mean? Like some monetary value.
Yeah.
With no experience or anything involved. So this is something that I would like to see, even not as a skill. Because, like I said, I love the world building. I love the world feeling real and alive and all that good stuff. All right, on to the next skill. This was submitted by I Kill Pandas. And this skill is Demonology. History. 6 years ago, a rip in the space-time continuum caused all of RuneScape to roll back to the year of 2007. This time warp caused a rift in which demons were able to squeeze through. A dark wizard studied these demons and absorbed their power. He was able to isolate the demons in dungeons all around RuneScape. But the powers of the demons were too strong for him and eventually took him over. He left behind a wand and a journal full of his discoveries. His journals were studied and his wand replicated, allowing daring individuals to step into the dungeons and attempt to harness the power of the demons for themselves. Thus, RuneScape's newest skill, Demonology, was discovered. So, the quick little history write-up, I think it's pretty cool. It reminds me of those Demon Claw wands that were proposed with warding, but this makes way more sense already. Yeah, so let's go. The purpose. This skill gives the combat system more depth and variation by adding buffs and unique combat mechanics. Brief definition. Demonology allows the player to reanimate demons to buff combat stats or be used in situations to aid combat. These buffs are AoE, attack on everyone, in which they grant other players these bonuses as well. Also allows players to cast incantations on jewelry to imbue them with added bonuses. The skill also adds a support role in boss fights and raids. Utility demon souls fill this role by allowing players to block NPCs, AoE heal players, AoE poison, and other useful tactics. Players may also use incantations to cast a debuff on NPCs such as bosses. There are 3 types of demons: attack buff demon, defensive buff demon, and utility demon. Each demon in their respective tiers have different colors based on reanimated bonuses they provide. So the red demons is attack bonuses, blue demons is defensive bonuses, and then green demon is utility. When a player reanimates a red or blue demon, the demon attaches itself to the player, causing their eyes to glow green and a dark aura to surround the player. Red demons cause the player's weapon to turn a dark color and have its own dark aura emitting from it. Blue demons cause the player's armor to turn a darker color with runic symbols glowing a light of green. That's pretty cool. Because I was picturing kind of summoning demons, like a lesser demon, right?
Yeah, but this is more like your character's becoming more demonic.
Yeah, that's an interesting, almost twist for me. So that's pretty sweet. I kind of like that. It's a unique way of doing it. Overview of harvesting and reanimating. Harvesting allows you to gather materials to reanimate demon souls to give your players and surrounding players either attack or defensive buffs corresponding to the type of demon it came from. Players may only have one red or blue demon buff active at a time. Utility demons give varying effects from healing players, bonus skilling experience, or inflicting AoE poison. Harvesting, reanimating, leveling guide. Level 1 to 10 corrupted demons. Harvesting from all demons gives a demon shard, which is 1 shard per 5-ish seconds, and there's 5 experience per shard. Red corrupted. This gives red corrupted soul fragments, and you get 1 fragment per 20 seconds with 10 experience per fragment. Level 1 attack buff demon, so you get a 5% to your stat bonus. Bonus corrupt gives blue corrupt soul fragments, which is 1 per 20 seconds, and 10 experience per fragment. Level 4 defensive buff demon will give you 5% stab defense bonus. And then green corrupted. This gives corrupted soul fragments, 1 fragment per 20 seconds, 10 experience per fragment. Level 7 utility demon, which is a walking bomb, walks forward and explodes AoE damage. So I think that's interesting too, because the offensive demons, it's just a straight buff to your attack, whereas it's the utility demon that will be actually doing straight damage to other monsters. So that's a pretty cool thing, pretty cool way to actually do that. Level 10 to 19 is Desolate Demons. So harvesting from all the demons gives a demon shard, which is 1 shard per 5-ish seconds, but 50 experience per shard. Red Desolate. This gives a Red Desolate soul fragment, which is 1 fragment per 20 seconds, 100 experience per fragment. The level 10 attack buff demon gives you 5% to slash bonus. The blue Desolate, all the same numbers, but it's a level 14 defensive buff demon with a 5% slash defensive bonus. And then green Desolate, again, same numbers, 1 fragment per 20 seconds, 100 experience, a level 17 utility demon, and this is a walking poison bomb, which walks forward, explodes to cause AoE poison. So now level 20 to 29, so level 20, attack buff demon, which is 5% to crush. Level 24 is defense demon, 5% crush defense bonus. And then level 27, a utility demon, which is a hard-hitting single target attack. Level 30 to 39, the level 30 attack buff demon, which is 5% range bonus. Level 34 defensive demon is 5% range defense bonus. And then 37 is a utility demon, which is walking AoE and tangle. Again, that's pretty cool. I definitely see that one being pretty popular in PvE or PvP, sorry. Especially like clan fights or castle wars, you know? It could definitely see, even like Rev Caves, right? You go in, you just throw it out there, grab a few people.
Yeah.
40 to 49, it's a 5% mage bonus, 5% mage defense bonus, and then the level 47 is a utility demon, which creates a 1x5 tile wall for 5 seconds that players and NPCs cannot cross. Players can manually walk around, but NPCs will stay stuck until the wall is gone. That's cool. I like that. That's a very utility spell, or sorry, utility demon. You could use that and it can have no effect, or you can use that and it could be a game changer, right?
Yeah.
Which is what I think is great about utility, because you can, if you're good with it, you can seriously win like a battle. Like I'm imagining this being used in a clan fight. But if you're not very skilled, you could mess up and screw your team over.
Yeah.
Level 50 to 59, it's 2% to slash, stab, and crush bonus. And then 2% again for the same stab, slash, and crush, but defense bonus. And the utility would be the same as above. Level 60 to 69, 3% range and magic offensive bonus, and then 3% range and magic defensive bonus. At level 67, utility demon. The demon is summoned to give 5% experience when doing non-combat skills such as agility and thieving. And then finally, level 70 to 79, level 77, you'll get a utility demon, which over time AoE heals as long as the players are in a 5-tile radius. So levels can continue, and it kind of an idea of what the pattern could be. So you know what I mean? Like you know what sort of to expect as you get higher. He stops at 77, but you know what I mean? We could come up with a few other ideas just going off those, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think of, you know, the mock-up of the skill requirements and what you could actually get, like the unlocks from the skill?
I think they're all pretty overpowered.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think it's really like pretty good, especially like the utility stuff would be really strong. And then you have to think about it if it's usable in PvP and there's like 20 people in a clan and they all are able to like draw big walls and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
It could cause a lot. And like even like in PvM scenarios, like some bosses would just become trivial now.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I guess that's the tricky thing because I love the concept of it, and which is one of the cool things about the Deadman mode items they brought in, right?
Yeah.
I think it was Vesta's Spear or something, and it made like that wall you could use and it pushed everyone back.
Yeah.
So that stuff is pretty neat and seems like it can come in clutch if used at the right time. So I do like that sort of stuff, but I totally get what you're saying where it's like, depending on what part of the game, it could be a crazy impact.
Yeah.
All right, next is reanimating and how it works. So, combining 10 demon soul fragments with 100 shards to receive the corresponding demon soul. Reanimating demon soul requires a demonology level needed to harvest the fragments, which gives attack or defensive soul buffs for 5 minutes. The reanimate utility demon soul has single use and time restraints on their ability. Reanimating a soul gives a large amount of experience in demonology. An attack and defense buff reanimated demon gives AoE buffs to surrounding players. For each player, it gives a 1% added buff, but caps at an added bonus of 5%, encouraging use in bossing and raids. Again, I like the idea of buffing your teammates for some PvM things. I get what you're saying where it could be overpowered, but I know that was one of the things I'm disappointed in with like hunting and the jars of butterflies you can get, the butterfly jars.
Yeah.
The idea is that you would use that on your teammates and it would give them either some buffs or it would heal them a bit. Unfortunately, it's they're not good enough buffs that nobody ever uses them.
Yeah.
So it's something I wish would come into the game, but I guess that's a hard one to balance without being too overpowered. And like, it's hard to hit that sweet spot. Next section, incantations. Along with harvesting from demons and reanimated demons at levels 10, 20, 30, etc. up to level 90, players learn different incantations. Incantations casted on monsters will cause them to have a debuff in certain stats. Incantations at a certain level can also be cast on jewelry to imbue more bonuses on them. While harvesting from a demon's stackable runestone randomly drops at a rate of 1 out of 100. Runestones are used to write incantations on it. With 100 shards, 10 soul fragments, and a runestone, players may create an untradeable incantation. Again, I like the idea of you having to work for an untradeable that you can then use to buff pieces of gear.
Yeah.
Makes it so that like you can't, it really helps to combat the bondscape, right?
Yeah.
Next section, demonology armor. Tiers with similar but less stats than the armor counterparts. So an example, tier 1 has a mithril counterpart but gives less stats, but gives bonus percentages on reanimated demon buffs to the player and other players affected by AoE buffs. Tier 2 has a rune counterpart with less stats but more bonus percent in buffs. Tier 3, etc. That's interesting that you would wear it to benefit from the buffs, but the gear itself is not going to be as strong as other gear at the same level. So now you have to start weighing out, right?
Yeah.
Next is demonology wands. Tiers the same as armor, but gives chance to harvest shards in combat. Pretty straightforward, I guess. And then how harvesting works. Entering a dungeon, whether it's corrupted dungeon, desolate dungeons, etc. You start harvesting with an equipable wand, similar to divination in RuneScape 3. I feel like I lost you there.
No.
Okay. Demons will become aggressive, but not attack directly. Instead, they will use special attacks that require the player to move or interact with to dodge all while harvesting continues. After harvesting for around 30 seconds, the demon will have been completely harvested and a player must look for another. Each dungeon contains 3 different types of demons, red, blue, and green. Where dungeons are located, there are 9 dungeons all spread randomly across RuneScape. So 1 to 9, 10 to 19, 20 to 29, all the way up to 90 to 99. When you enter a dungeon to find the demons, the dungeons are not instanced, so other players may interact on the same demon. So it's a bit of a dungeoneering bringing into the skill, right?
Yeah.
Now on to money making. Shards and demonic soul fragments and runestones are all tradable, but written incantations are not, forcing players who wish to imbue jewelry to achieve the demonology level needed. Again, I always love when there's untradables involved because it pulls you away from that money grind, which is awesome. Like, it sucks grinding out void, but it's also great that you're taking a break from like doing what you're normally doing to make money and you have to do this other activity.
Yeah, like same thing, but with like graceful. We're like, yeah, it's annoying to grind out graceful, but it's more rewarding to grind it out as opposed to buying graceful.
Right. Just like Barrow's gloves, right?
Yeah.
And
fire cape.
Yeah. Yeah. And the more of those items you have, the less and less you'll have of NMZ prods, right?
Yep.
So lastly, it gives some examples of uses. Example 1. In a raid, one player will be responsible for being the support, which means they will bring demon souls with them to aid in battles. This player will be responsible for maintaining the correct buffs needed for each fight. They also may be in charge of using healing utility demons to help with bosses that deal lots of damage. Love it. If you've listened to a bunch of our episodes on the podcast, you can tell that a support role is something that I really want brought into the game. Lunars feels like they tried, but then they didn't fully commit.
Mm-hmm.
Example 2. In situations where players solo a boss, they may need to bring a utility demon for certain mechanics or incantations to weaken the boss. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You know, it's
yeah.
Again, you're going to have to outweigh, is it worth doing it and sacrificing food? And then example 3, players may use the 1x5 tile utility demon in order to distance themselves between PKer. That's why I definitely see that being one of the cool things to be brought, is the kind of creating a wall.
Mm-hmm.
PVM, I guess like you mentioned, it gets a bit squirrely, right?
Yeah.
But PvP, that's where you get pretty cool. Now, obviously, you have all these people shooting them out. You can have all these walls. But then you could figure out ways where to kind of counter it. Like maybe if someone's wall is overlapping with someone else's, it cancels out the first person's wall and their wall breaks down. So, what are your thoughts of the skill of demonology?
Like, I don't want to be mean, but I'm like not the biggest fan personally, just because I think as a concept it would either be like the butterfly effect, but it wouldn't be good enough to like really use or be worth spending the time and money to level up. Or two, it's so overpowered that in a raid instance, everyone's going to be spamming certain things. All the PKers need it now. Like it's overpowering and overwhelming, or it's just kind of there.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, is having to balance it without making it, as you said, overpowered. It's that sweet spot, which things like this I find is so hard to hit. And the problem is maybe not on release, but it's one of those things where one item comes in and now this skill is super overpowered.
Yeah.
Or a boss comes in.
Like, in my opinion, like, it is cool. Like, I like the concept of like empowering your character.
I think the concept's sick.
Yeah.
I love the concept.
But the implementation, I think, would be like next to impossible.
It'd be tough. Like I said, I love the support aspect. Although I feel like they would need... See, if Lunars would be a perfect support spellbook, but they kind of... it's like they hesitated. They made it... It's a weird spellbook where it's got some utility supporty roles, some that only do with PV, like skilling.
Yeah, like heal group, heal other, vengeance stuff for like the support, the stat share, the potion restore. You know what I mean? Like, it's got like... Lunars does have some really good support spells that people don't use when you really should, especially in like Bandos and stuff, but they didn't fully commit. I don't know if it's intentional, but yeah, like the average person's using Lunars for vengeance and farming.
Yeah.
Which sucks because it does have some really good like support usage.
Like a heal other or heal group is very cool, but again, it's like they were afraid of making it overpowered. So now it's useless because you give your health to someone else.
Yeah.
Like really, there's not many situations where you want to do that.
Stat share? That's so good.
Yeah. Venge Other, like whenever I'm doing Venenatus, I bust out Venge Other and it comes in clutch all the time.
Yeah.
So support roles are pretty cool, but yeah, we don't really have a true one. So it would be cool to see this, but I don't see this as committing to a full support role. And the one flaw I see is that there could be many arguments being made that this is a combat skill. Like it does seem like a full out combat skill.
Yeah.
Now we have to figure out, is our combat level going to rise with it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it should, because you don't want a level 3 having 99 demonology, and now he's sending out these demon things that are just fucking shit up, right?
The loot bots just getting dropped.
Yeah, exactly. So I agree with you. The concept is really cool. I love the idea of it. I could see this being a better as a spell book. Yeah. Like taking all these ideas and you could put it even with the Arceus spell book in a way. But yeah, this is cool. And kind of, I picture my character being like a bit of a warlock. You know what I mean? Like a dark mage. Yeah. This is like evil mage versus good mage from RuneScape Classic, right? Yeah. So it's it's got potential, but yeah, I see it more as maybe a spell book or something. Mm-hmm. So, but anyways, skill identity, does it have a strong identity? I think it does. Yeah. You know, it demonology, I instantly think of a warlock, and with demons kind of empowering you and with, you know, taking souls and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I think of. So I do think it has a strong identity. Medieval versus fantasy. Well, fantasy. Heavy fantasy. I see a bit of medieval in the sense that, like, you know, voodoo magic, you know? But those were like kind of fake magics. But you know what I mean? Well, even today, we got the Ouija board. Yeah, that's true. The Luigi boards. And demons and souls. Like, these are things that are still talked about. And a lot of people believe in them. Yeah. Like, witchcraft is a thing. And then gameplay loop. So, yeah, this is where I see it as like magic, but a different magic skill. Yeah, where you could fit this all into a spell book. Yeah. Because just training in itself, it's similar to how you train magic. And there are like the dungeon stuff, which is pretty neat as well. Yeah, and you could argue that putting it in magic would resolve some of like the gripes I have with it being overpowered, where one person's bringing it to people because like now they don't have ancients. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's true. Or like you're doing Xerix,
well, this guy doesn't have waters anymore. This guy doesn't have ancients or for mutadiles.
You know what's cool too? It gives a unique spellbook where you're not using runes to cast things.
Yeah.
Using these fragments.
Yeah.
So that's like a whole different ball game, but it really makes it unique and fun.
Yeah.
Like sometimes just changing up what we already have in the game is fun when it's done properly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think a lot of potential there. And just the history and all that makes sense, right? We have all these demons. Half of them don't even seem like they're related, like Abyssal Demon versus
a lesser demon.
Lesser demon, yeah, exactly. And they are different things, right?
Yeah.
Like the Abyssal Demon's from the Abyss, which is a different plane of existence. Lesser Demon is like brought in from Zamorak or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Next is from Ohm. That's 0HMM. He says, this is my submission. I've been enjoying hearing your two's take on the game and how it has been evolving. Keep it up. Thanks for the many hours of entertainment. And well, thank you for sending in your skill idea. Because this is, I'm not going to say hours of entertainment, but it's going to be some entertainment.
Yeah.
All right. So Old School RuneScape has skills for gathering materials and skills for turning materials into other usable items. There are skills for killing, skills for buffing, and there are skills for fueling our killing and feeding ourselves. We even have a skill for stealing and running. As I put myself into my avatar, my character, my RuneScape account, I began to think about how I would act if I was actually that person. I would use my time running across rooftops or facing the muddiest beasts. Perhaps navigating a maze for an attempt at unlocking the safes in the middle. Maybe I'd spend my days sweating in the mines or in front of an anvil. I might relax near the beach and cast a line in the water before creating a feast for my closest friends, families, and companions. I might create trinkets or trek to the mystical altars in hopes to find my trinkets even more desirable. Would I spend my days in the woods catching rabbits to bring back home to add to the vegetable broth created from my harvest just days before? Perhaps these mixtures of my harvest could even prove to be medicinal in nature for those in need. I might just find that an honest day's work could be transplanted with that of a more or less dishonest day's work. What if I took what I needed without anyone knowing? I see a merchant letting his guard down for just one moment, and now I have myself a loaf of bread for tonight. I don't have much to worry about unless I'm caught. What if I haven't gotten my meals for the night? Am I to go hungry? No, I am a survivor. I know how to get my way when I need to. The barrels nearby are a perfect hiding spot to avoid the guards' eyes as they try to find the man with the ragged pants who is trying to get a sweet slice of cake from those honest people. After enough practice, I've gotten good enough that the guards can't even see me grab my lunch if he's standing right beside me. I bet if he swung his sword at the next thief, I could even go as far as kicking his legs just a little to throw him off balance. Perhaps I see one of those good-for-nothing maniacs running through the wastes to the north. Again, I bet I can keep out of his sight long enough for him to run by. Last week, as I was sneaking through the wastelands searching for lost treasures, I came upon two adventurers mad with bloodlust and intent. I couldn't find myself but to toss a rock just enough to confuse the one with his back turned to me. It was just enough that the other landed a blow across the weak spot in the man's chainmail. I think I'm becoming just as bloodthirsty as they are themselves. But I can only work from the shadows. If I'm caught, I'm probably too surprised to have the time to react. So the skill? Deception. The art of manipulation and remaining unseen. A combat skill being introduced will affect maximum combat levels, and 126 is too iconic at this point to change that with the first new skill release. So combat won't work. What about non-combat skills? I really don't think you could ever bring in another combat skill, you know? I feel like the old school RuneScape are very stubborn, and 126 is like changing too much.
Yep.
But I agree. So I agree with Ohm here.
Yeah.
The deception skill is a non-combat skill. At the beginning levels, we are able to train it by sneaking around the corners and using obstacles to avoid being seen by our enemies. We know, of course, that if we remain invisible to our foes, that great rewards lie ahead of us. Here are some ideas I've had for training. Small challenge-like features around and through already existing combat training areas. The longer you avoid combat is better. The ability to affect combat without entering it opens up pair training. While one person is dealing damage, the deceiver can be causing the monster to be distracted and potentially skip an attack, or hit less, or more if done incorrectly. After triggering a deception on an opponent, the player would be unable to attack or retaliate for some amount of time. In PvP, this has interesting connotations and brings in a more support style role, even at low combat levels. Perhaps some sort of invisibility type mechanic. Think of gear like ghostly robes in the wilderness. Would be hard to see. Those would be hard to see, etc. Every time a deception is placed on an opponent, they have a chance to discover the other player. The person could be able to buff their allies in order to increase their RNG, perhaps. Lore-wise, this is something called a shot. His left side is open. Her helm has a weak spot near the bottom. Ability at the highest levels to hide allies along with you. Maybe 1 to 2 allies depending on the level. Once hidden, a player cannot be hidden again for a certain amount of time. Coming out of the hiding forces a delay on when the player can attack. 8 seconds is
like a random number just thrown out there.
Yeah. Something you could like play around with. The skill cape perk of having guaranteed 5 seconds of non-discoverability once a day. Hey, that's the first max skill perk suggestion, eh?
Yeah.
I think one of the more interesting talking points is the possibility for deception to tie in with the thieving skill. There are a lot of skills that are grouped together. Mining and smithing, cooking and fishing, wood cutting and fire making, fletching and range, magic and runecrafting, herblore and farming, all melee skills, prayer in any combat, and then slayer in any combat. Crafting is paired with mining, smithing, fletching, and cooking. And crafting as well with any combat with jewelry and armor. Agility helps with general gameplay by being able to move around the world. Construction gives us a home and really uses planks, which comes from wood cutting, and nails, which come from smithing, quite a bit. But the relationship doesn't feel as direct. Hunter is sort of an oddball, and so is thieving. It feels like deception could relate to both of thieving and hunter. The ability to remain unseen helps in both skills, and there are a plethora of ways to apply to them. Signed, Ohm. So, what are your thoughts of the skill in its entirety?
The idea of like deception is pretty neat. I don't know, like a lot of it did seem like focused on like a PvP concept or like PVM.
Yeah.
I don't know like how it would really like how it would work in like how would you level it?
Yeah, maybe performing some of the actions or something similar to like prayer, how you like bury a bone, boom, you get some experience. This could be like, you perform one of the, the deception, like distracting an opponent. Maybe that would give you some experience each time you were successful with it. This reminds me a lot of like a skill that is like stealth, right? Like a stealth skill that allows you to sneak by things and remain hidden.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. Like RuneScape doesn't really have that, but it does seem like it's agility and thieving put together in one skill. But a lot of this, like we don't really have it in a game. Like you're not often sneaking, and like the times you're sneaking are in quests, and it always sucks.
Yeah,
because it's like this radius that you don't even know where the radius is, but once they see you, they throw you off.
Yeah,
like Monkey Madness 2, the docks.
Yeah.
So I would love like some sort of deception or like sneaking activity that is done a bit differently and is more skill, because there's skill in the ones that, like the Monkey Madness 2 docks, but sometimes it feels like RNG. It feels like the skill is how patient are you.
Yeah.
So it would be cool to have something we could sneak up on like a bandit camp, or you could do this, or you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I do think the problem is similar to what we've said with some other skills, that if this was implemented when RuneScape was first coming out, you'd be able to really add more spots where this is viable. But to do it now, it would be quite difficult to find it being useful again without being overpowered. And that's the problem, right? But like I like when the example where it's like, you're distracting it, maybe it causes the monster to lose an attack on whoever it's fighting. That's kind of cool, because it would be neat to be fighting some sort of monsters that are like pretty difficult, and you're like reaching out to some friends, and not necessarily to help you kill it, but maybe to help you. They want, hey, anyone training deception right now? Because I wouldn't mind getting some help killing, I don't know, rune dragons.
Yeah.
But the problem again is like a lot of the times players just want to train on their own. They go like quite AFK. Like a lot of times if I'm doing Slayer, I might not even be looking at the clan chat or my friend's chat.
Yeah, it feels like deception would be pretty cool, but you'd have like a deception alt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not something that, like, you would... It'd be like tanking Bandos, where you're like, I guess I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you kind of get to miss out on a lot of, like, the potential fun. Like, there could be a lot of cool utility aspects to it.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, I like the, like, knowing where someone's weak spot is. That could bring, like, critical hits into the game, which, okay, that's a bit dicey. But it's something that's in a lot of games. It's just not in RuneScape.
I mean, I wouldn't really like that, but...
I could see this being introduced into RuneScape 3. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I can just picture it being in RuneScape 3 because the way the engine is, it gives you so much more. You have much more freedom with what you bring into the game.
Yeah, like the combat in RS3 is way more lively than old school.
Yeah, I picture some new raid coming out where you're having to sneak through parts of it. Mm-hmm. Like, sure, you could fight it out, but you're going to have a tough time. By the time you get to the boss, you'll have no resources. So you're going to want to use your deception to sneak past some things. Yeah. Or distract things, whatever it is. So, skill identity. Does it have a strong identity? I would say this is where it kind of lacks because we have agility and thieving, which you can kind of put the two together.
We also have like mini games with and I guess quests that involve like, I guess, sneaking and deception and all that.
Yeah, my argument against that is that the deception part of it is so it's like it feels like such an old mechanic that you can tell. Yeah. Like you do Monkey Madness 2 and you get to that part where you have to sneak around, you're like, God, this is not how you, and no other MMO would handle it this way.
Yeah.
You know, like World of Warcraft, rogues, and sneaking. That's what I think about a lot when I'm reading this is the rogue from World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Being able to distract, being able to sneak around, being able to stun someone and sneak past them. Yeah. That's what I think. And I see that working in RuneScape 3 because of how that game is designed. And that I'm saying that in a good way. But like old school RuneScapes, it's a bit more clunky. Mm-hmm. Medieval versus fantasy.
Very medieval.
Yeah, very medieval. As I was reading the intro, where he's kind of like almost like the story of his character, I was in a book I was reading called The Black Prism. That's almost exactly how it starts off. This like younger kid who has no money and he's trying to steal. He's sneaking around these camps trying to get food and stuff. And yeah, don't get caught because you'll get murdered. But he's trying to feed his mom and stuff. So instantly thinking of a medieval book or a fantasy book, but the dude was doing like medieval shit. And the gameplay loop, I think it would be a bit repetitive, especially because since this is a non-combat skill, but there is a lot of it being used in combat, it'll be a lot of like you going to this area, you know, distracting a lesser demon, but not killing it just to get the experience, you know, the max experience rates per hour.
Yeah.
Which falls into like, to me, it's like the agility gameplay loop, which again, I'm not a fan of. You don't mind it as much. But overall, I think it's a pretty cool idea. And the problem I find is that with agility and thieving, you can make the argument that we already have that. And then again, I'm not to rehash it, but with just the way RuneScape engine is, but I do see this. I could picture this in RuneScape 3.
Yeah. My main question is like, how would you deceive someone?
Like in PvP?
Well, like, how do you deceive something? And like, how would you use a skill? Is there going to be a right click deceive?
Right.
Is there going to be like a
toggle button on your map that puts you like sneak mode?
Yeah.
Like I could see this being a new mechanic in the game, but like not its own skill. Like I could see you having agility, like running, or you can sneak now.
Yeah.
Which I might be down for. That's kind of cool now I think about it. But I love the intro there. That was really cool. I'm telling you, some of these people who are writing in could collaborate and make like an awesome medieval novel, fantasy novel. All right, and the next skill idea is by Woodsbob because he's cheating and submitted too. But hey, we never put that as a rule that you couldn't do that. So good way to get around.
Good thing we didn't say you could.
Yeah, or people just sending in. Oh man, this would be a long episode with just 10. I mean, I submitted 2 skills, so I was kind of like assumed you could, I guess. All right, and this skill is essence crafting. 100% on board. Have you ever wondered how rune essence is made? Me neither. Fair enough. Well, here is the new skill, essence crafting. Start with the quest Rune Mysteries Part 2 to discover how to make rune essence. After a lengthily thrilling quest, you learn how to pick up untradeable rune rocks in the wilderness scattered throughout this. I'm already seeing this being a great skill and quest. You must take these rocks to the Essence Altar found in the Brimhaven dungeon at levels 0 to 70. You can turn each piece of rune rock into a rune essence. Rune Essence minus, which can be crafted into runes at 66% efficiency. You get 2/3 of the amount of runes as normal essence. At level 70 to 90, you can make normal rune essence, and at level 91, you can make pure essence. Experience rates, you get 2k an hour from 0 to 70. That's such a long grind before anything changes. Can you imagine just looking at that thing and it's like there's 3 tiers and you're like,
I just like how he specified you have to be in the wilderness.
Yeah, because that's what everyone loves, right? PVMing or PV skilling in the wilderness. 70 to 90, you get 10k experience, and 91 plus, you get 35k experience. That's a huge jump.
That's better than blood rune crafting.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But you need 91. Blood rune crafting is what, 77? The skill would be a great way to rejuvenate the wilderness and add more appreciation for rune essence because mining it isn't fun. Now Iron Men don't need to buy essence from NMZ. Regards, Woodsbob. Well, thanks for the suggestion. Skill identity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what it is, although I could see it falling into rune crafting. So the skill identity isn't 100% strong. Medieval versus fantasy.
Very fantasy.
It's very fantasy, unless you just think...
But it's also laborious, which is a lot of heavy labor in medieval.
Yeah, and it's rock, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, it's rock that they think is magical. And like, I don't know how it was back then, but I'm sure someone had a rock that they thought was magical.
Yeah.
And then gameplay loop.
I'm just saying, Autumn Elegy's probably filling his pants with this one. He's like, oh, yeah.
He's listening to this being like, wait, they added this to the game? I'm so back in.
Hey, guys, Autumn Elegy here, back with the new video.
Yeah. It's all in jest. Yeah, so gameplay loop. Unfortunately, for the first 70 levels, you're doing the same thing. So it's like, no experience gain. I mean, you would, in 1 hour, you would gain a lot of experience at level 1, right?
Yeah.
Normally, you get like 100 experience an hour, or no, maybe not 100, but like, but 2k experience an hour would bump you to like what, level 15 or something, wouldn't it?
15 or 17, I forget.
That's shit. Actually, is that bad to get from level 1 to 17 in an hour? I can't tell if that's good or not.
I guess it depends on the skill.
Fair enough. So yeah, the gameplay loop. Unfortunately, again, it lacks a little bit in the gameplay loop there.
Yeah, well, we're gonna stop here because we're probably both gonna vote for this one.
Yeah, we may as well wrap this one. There's no point in reading any of the other ones.
Yeah, this one wins. This one takes the cake.
We're not even gonna choose 3 winners in total. It's gonna be one, just the one.
And we know, yeah.
Before we start talking about the next skill, I just have to say that we had an issue with the recording software, and for some reason it crashed. We lost some of Deegan's audio at the beginning when I'm kind of describing and reading through the skill write-up. Eventually it fixes itself when we're actually discussing it, but if it sounds weird while I'm reading it, that's the reason why. Anyways, back to the original recording and the discussion of the skill. All right, next skill is proposed by, I don't see a username here, but Jackson from New Zealand. Maybe he drops it lower down in the email, but he starts it off with saying, just wanted to start with this with a shout out to you guys from New Zealand. I got back into RuneScape when mobile came out after a hiatus that started with the EOC. It's been refreshing and enjoyable going back to my childhood with old school RuneScape. It brings back memories of why I fell in love with this game all those years ago. Anyways, been listening for a few months now and have been working my way through all the old pods. I thought it was about time I pulled that long-time listener, first-time caller card and jumped into the new skill contest. I'm going to keep this short as I'm good with ideas, but fleshing stuff out ain't my strong suit. Coming up with an idea took a little time, but then I thought, I played RuneScape as a kid. What else did I like back then that I would enjoy with the game? Then it clicked. Dinosaurs. Hopefully I can put my ideas into writing. These are ramblings of a madman. So here's my idea on a new skill for old school. I give you Paleontology. So to begin, I'll give a brief description of what paleontology is. Here's some quality plagiarism from the Wikipedia. Paleontology is the scientific study of life that existed prior to, and sometimes including, the start of the Holocene epoch, which was roughly 11,000 years before today. It includes the study of fossils to determine organisms' evolution and interactions with each of their environments. Paleontology lies in the border between biology and geology, but differs from archaeology in that it excludes the study of anatomically modern humans. Now, my base idea was basically what everyone wants, but no one wants. Slayer 2. Let's have new monsters, bosses, and gear locked behind another skill. Start with the low-level monsters like compies, the little ones from the start of Jurassic Park 2. Are those the ones that like spit acid and they have like the like that I don't what do you want to call it? Those flaps and it surrounds their head. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, but I don't know my dinosaurs too well.
Oh, no, they're like the little raptors. I think they eat that little girl.
Yeah, spoilers, but yeah.
Is that the first or second?
I always thought it was the first, but
I think it's the first too.
It might be the second. I don't know.
It's one of the first couple Jurassic Parks.
It'd have to be the second one.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, start with low-level skills like compies and have endgame and skill content with a T-Rex or Velociraptor. With this, you can introduce new weapons and armors and cosmetics with obvious dinosaur and ancient themes. So I guess the main idea behind this skill is PvM with higher levels unlocking higher level monsters who drop better gear. Now I didn't just want this to be the case. I want depth. So let's look at current skills that the introduction of paleontology could improve and bring more content to. I think Fossil Island could be reworked in a way where people actually want to spend time there. This could be a hub for the paleontology skill, as well as the dig site and the Varrock Museum and several other similar locations. I think that makes a lot of sense too, right? Mm-hmm. It's like it's Fossil Island.
Yeah.
So archaeology and all that sort of stuff is kind of the theme of it. Even the Varrock Museum, you don't do much with these things. You kind of go there, like Fossil Island, you're there, but you're kind of
doing birdhouse
runs. You're maybe killing the rock crabs or the ammonite crabs, maybe some herbivore, but nothing is really fossil-y. You know what I mean? You're not really doing too much. You
can get fossils.
Yeah, but those don't do anything besides give you experience lamps.
Yeah.
I mean, they did talk about a demi-boss, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just don't get that. So, continuing on, there is an obvious relationship here to mining, and it's easy to see what would happen. Just like gems you receive randomly when mining, let's have fossils also be a random resource. Now, what would you do with said fossils? Well, I'm glad you asked. With the addition of the Krend came the Archaea spellbook, and with that spellbook came a whole range of summoning spells for prayer. One idea I have is to have another spellbook primarily for the paleontology-based skill. Fossil Resurrection could summon different creatures that give experience in paleontology when slain. Another way that a player could receive fossils would be through dig sites that could be added around the world. It could be turned into an interactive mining minigame that could potentially bring some life to the dead, boring skill it currently is. An idea I have is for dig sites to be similar to Puro, in which there are several located around the world, but the Varrock Museum may only be funding digging at one site at a time. So I think the dig sites are interesting because even at the dig site area, you can pan the waters. You can cut they have the trowels, whatever, for digging for specimens, but you don't do anything else with them. So there's a lot of potential there that it's like they were like, well, no one's really enjoying this right now, so let's just let it die. Mm-hmm. You get it for kudos, but you could expand on it because, have you ever panned the rivers?
For quests.
Yeah, that's it. But you can continue to do it and you can get random rewards, but they're just not worthwhile. Some easy skills to link with gathering and creating are crafting, smithing, and fletching could be used with hides, teeth, claws, and for the protection, etc. for the production of materials, armors, and weapons. New version of bolts, arrows, and javelins could also be manufactured. Cooking meat from kills would be easy to implement. Farming and Herblore could revive new seeds, potions, and materials from various ancient plants and or fossils. Magic with the obvious aforementioned spellbook. Fishing could introduce a new ancient fish that could be caught or fought. Construction and the mounting of heads, and then various furniture designs. There are countless ways that a skill like paleontology could be integrated. Personally, I would like to see paleontology locked behind a quest to begin with, similar to Druidric Ritual. A low-level quest with enough info and intrigue to get players old and new excited about what paleontology could bring. Endgame content I would like to see would be a dinosaur raid, from battling packs of bloodthirsty velociraptors to rampaging stegosaurus and an end boss fight with the king of all, T-Rex. I think there is a lot that could be done with paleontology. Please excuse my constructive writing and ideas. I am but a simple man from a land far, far away. Thanks, guys, and keep the great work on the pod. I do love how someone from New Zealand's coming up with a dinosaur-themed skill. That seems like the perfect area for it. You know how they shoot like Lord of the Rings and all that? Yeah. It's kind of funny, but I like the idea, and already when I'm reading it, I'm starting to think of Monster Hunter inspired ideas, like weapons and stuff, like being able to take their bones. Now you could have a whole set of bone equipment.
Yeah.
With different tiers and stuff. And talking about a raid, it'd be cool to have a raid, but have it different than a raid. You're not going into like a cave. You're not going into a theater. Imagine you just went to an island and it was like a huge, vast island. And maybe part of the raid monsters were wandering around and you had to clear them all, or maybe search for a specific dinosaur on that island. Mm-hmm. Actually, it would be neat to have like you talk to an archaeologist or a paleontologist and he's like, hey, we need more information on a stegosaurus. So you go on the island, but maybe the island has like tons of different dinosaurs. Maybe it's huge and it can be super dangerous. It's like all multi-combat, of course. So what are your initial thoughts on the paleontology skill?
I like the idea of the skill and like the suggestions that were like suggested with like the dig sites and like how you interact with it. Yeah,
because the dig sites in place, they have so much potential, but you could tell it's like when they added it, it was like maybe the response wasn't good enough, so it fell flat. It's kind of like the mini games we have, like rat pits and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'd feel way more comfortable with the skill if it wasn't just dinosaurs. So let's just say like blanket archaeology or something, right?
Yeah.
But you like it like that and have like a paleontology aspect or like the Slayer 2 aspect that he mentions in the beginning, how it's like Slayer 2.
Yeah.
But like I'd be way more comfortable with this idea if it was all about like digging into the past, discovering new things, and then then even at like some point or maybe even through a quest where you're kind of like, well, what's this that we discovered? It's a bone. What fossils? It's not like Fossil Island fossils. Like, what are these? Because like RuneScape Fantasy, what are dinosaurs? You know what I mean? They don't really know what like the dinosaurs would be, right?
Yeah, they're just like reptile monsters.
Like, it would be cool if like they had like this was like, let's just call this archaeology. I know it's paleontology, but like let's call
it does open more because archaeology is like temples, dungeons, crypts.
So imagine like this archaeology, you hit like a certain level, say like 40, whatever, you unlock a quest and you go to a place to like discover like a third age. Hey, we found a dig site where there's like, it's weird. There's like, we thought there was a third age type battle where like this stuff happened, but we've discovered some weird stuff. And then you realize that there's like these other types of creatures, which would link in. Now you unlock like the paleontology aspect and all these concepts with the raid and like with the dinosaurs, with the spell book. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like you would use the paleontology to like segue.
To gateway?
Like to segue like the early stages of like archaeology.
Yep.
Where like now this is where the Slayer 2 concept comes in. Where like now you go to these dig sites that you've just discovered existed with these weird creatures that no one knows of. And then you're able to like talk to some wizarding wise old man type person that is like, oh, I've heard about these, right? And then from there you figure out how to like you discover like these types of like dinosaur-esque creatures, and then from there, you know, you're able to make like the Monster Hunter type gear.
Yeah, that's exactly what I picture actually, like Monster Hunter, especially when he's talking about raids. I think it would be pretty cool. So I actually like where you were going with this, with the archaeology aspect of it, because it could bring a new way of like he mentioned Slayer too, and there's a cool way that you could do it. Like imagine you go to a dig site and you're having to pan with the water because like you know what I mean. I don't know if like I'd never use the panning at all, but you can get rewards from it. But imagine you could go do that and then you get like some sort of fossil. You bring it to some paleontologist and he's like, oh, I think you just discovered some new monster bone. Well, you know, off the coast of Fossil Island is a whole different island called, I don't know, Dinosaur, some island, right? Yeah. Mystery Island. You go there, maybe you bring a group of people and you go try to find the monster that this bone was attached from. And, it'd be neat to go into this like big island, and then let's say there's like tons of different dinosaurs. You got some raptors, you got a stegosaurus, you got the stegosaurus, the guy with the long neck.
That's the brontosaurus.
Some brontosauruses, some
triceratops.
Triceratops. I almost said
rhinos.
Rhinoceros. But anyways, you go there, and now you have to like kill that one specific monster, but maybe you encounter the T-Rex first and you're like, oh man, this guy's really going to mess my day up. Plus he's like a tier 90 archaeology or paleontology monster. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to really be able to kill it. And if we kill it, it's for nothing. We get no reward for killing it. We're just going to suffer a lot of damage. We have to find a way. We have to get around that and find, you know, the Stegosaurus. Let's just say that's what you're hunting.
Yeah.
And then you kill it. Then if you have the levels for that, which you would, if you got the task to kill it, then you can use then this is where the monster hunter part comes in, because you can like use the bones and the hides and whatever comes with it to create better equipment. And then there you get like, you can craft the new, the bone equipment. And then like you get all this new tier of equipment, which I think a big problem too is bringing in equipment. I mean, they have problems.
I mean, you could just have it where like the effects are only like related to like the monsters, right? Give it literal fashionscape stats, but on this island against this monster, they're weak to this.
The thing is, if the skill is fun, people are cool with it. And we saw that with Theater of Blood when they bring in the raid, where they were going to have these 3 pieces of equipment that were going to be
like best in slot just for the raid.
Yeah, just for the raid. And people were totally on board.
I preferred that.
Yeah, we were excited because it's like gives you a chance to use it, and people were assuming and they knew that Theater of Blood was going to be fun.
Yeah.
So doing it over and over again, give me equipment that's only specifically for that. Mm-hmm. You can do the same with this if it's done right. And then it brings in the Slayer task where like it brings in the Slayer 2 idea, but makes it differently, where you don't hunt like 100 of them. You just hunt one of the monsters, the dinosaurs, but you might have to battle through other ones, or maybe you have to sneak around them or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool idea. And with the archaeology, as you said, we see a common theme with people pitching ideas similar to dungeoneering.
Mm-hmm. Dungeoneering, like Slayer 2 type stuff.
Yeah, and then with archaeology, you find a dungeon or a crypt. And then easy way to bring in some dungeoneering, because people loved the activity of dungeoneering. And we see that with all the pitches of these ideas, right? Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of potential for this, and like just dealing with things from the past, like you have a ton to work with.
Yeah.
Right. And even in-game lore, as you mentioned, like Third Age.
Yeah.
Like God Wars, you can't do it now, but you could have tied it in as something to do with archaeology.
But even then you can like discover fragments of the past type thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Or maybe new sections of the God Wars.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty cool. There's a lot you can do with this. I know we kind of are changing the idea of paleontology to archaeology, but I do agree with you where archaeology does make it, at least, like I don't know the terms too well, but archaeology does seem to kind of cover all bases.
I mean, if someone is like studying archaeology or paleontology, they're probably fuming right now. That's like, that
dude on Joe Rogan who's upset. Like, I don't know if you watched that one with the paleontologist, and he's super anal about the terms.
No.
Okay, well, if he's listening, you can tell he's like, they're so ignorant. Yeah. They're completely different things.
Ugh, done.
Yeah.
Next.
These guys don't know what the hell they're talking about. But yeah, like I said, I love the idea of this, and there's a lot you can you can do with it, and he leaves it open enough where like
we can just like play with it.
Yeah, your imagination can kind of expand a bit.
Yeah.
Well, let's hit the three factors, I guess. Does this skill have a strong identity?
Yeah, I would say so. Oh, actually, if it's paleontology, I mean, he kind of called Slayer too.
Yeah.
So not really.
Yeah, because you could throw it into, Slayer 2. If Slayer 2 got the Hydra is very dinosaur-y, right?
Yeah.
So, but let's say we tweak it a little bit to archaeology, add in crypts, add in dungeons, add in temples of some sorts, lost temples and artifacts you can find.
Yeah. I don't want to just turn his idea into our idea, though, and be like, this is ours now.
Yeah. But it's like, it has a good foundation, and then you can make it more vague. Not vague, but you open it up to other things too, right? And it becomes like the crafting for PVM, where it kind of, you don't just do dinosaurs, you got just ancient crypts as, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So lots of different things. And he does mention about like diving into the history and like this using the dig site in the Varrock Museum. A lot of it is like trinkets you find and stuff.
Yeah.
Medieval versus fantasy. Well, I don't know why we keep saying medieval. It should be like real world.
Yeah. Well, there are paleontologists.
Yeah.
So yeah, but also fighting dinosaurs is kind of fantasy.
Yeah.
But it's a real thing.
Yeah, it is a real thing.
It's a real thing. So.
And if, people were alive during the dinosaur days, you definitely would be hunting them down.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of like crocodiles and shit, right? You can make the argument. Sharks, chickens, apparently. And then gameplay loop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it has a good gameplay loop. I would see myself in actually enjoying to do this, which is why I think bringing equipment that would only be useful for this skill is totally fine.
Yeah.
Because if it's fun, no one's going to care. And with like my idea of a raid or the Slayer task where you have to find a bone and then you go kill it, people might not like actually having to use the dig site to find that artifact or that bone that allows you to kill it. But kind of similar to how we were talking before about like making you grind out Barrow's gloves or the fighter torso or Void. Like sometimes it's good not being able to just grind nonstop, like being able to farm.
Yeah.
Like imagine if there was a third raid and every time you had to do it, you had to have someone in your party had to retrieve some item first from a more tedious skill. Obviously, you don't make it super rare where it's like 1 in 12,000 to get.
Yeah.
But you make it like 1 in 50, 1 in 100, something that you could get within an hour. And
something that would like give value to that person being on the team.
Yeah. Or imagine you and 5 friends. You're like, you guys want to go do some dinosaur raids or whatever you want to call it? Let's go do some paleontology raids. Like, sure. All right. Let's all go to the dig site and whoever gets the first one, right?
Yeah.
You get a group and suddenly you could probably get one in 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Really, it's no different than scouting a raid for Xerix. Maybe even a better gameplay loop for that. So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for this one. And yeah, as I said, my imagination starts going as I read it about all the cool things you could bring in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the next skill is proposed by King Amphion. And this skill is the charisma skill. So he starts off with the mythical art of empowering support. These are the charisma skill basics. The skill that acts as a support system for you and your team. It boosts you and your allies' hidden stats during PVM and PvP. Example, stats don't include 55 out of 50 strength. As an example, it could be more like allies. Next attack does extra accuracy, ignores defense, or next attack taken from enemy is protected by 35% to do no damage, etc. This would increase players playing together a lot more because it is the only way to really skill charisma. Special offhand items and few weapons with a charisma requirement. Some of these would also have attack and defense requirement. Imbues can be put into the skill. Most useful in raids and or boosting low-level players for combat. And this allows the new player base to play with higher level players. The skill requires a quest to start. The quest would require the finding of an obtainable offhand item that you can start using the empower allies for first experience drops. And keeping this skill basic from the start will allow for beautiful expansions and updates. So the basics seem interesting. We don't really have too many effects that like your next attack does extra accuracy or something like that. Most of the time it's like a permanent boost, right?
Yeah.
So this does, there is kind of, this sort of stuff isn't necessarily into the game yet. So there is like not a need for it, but there's, I guess, an opening for it.
Yeah.
There's space to bring it in. And here's a bit of an in-depth look at charisma. Skilling completed by empowering allies, which will carry over to your hidden stats if the option is chosen, but you cannot empower yourself. So really, you can only use this to benefit somebody else.
Yeah.
A lot of discrepancies in the skilling system because of people creating multiple accounts just to skill, but I'm sure with further research, it could still be viable, such as the other player you're empowering must be in combat or in raids. So yeah, I guess that could be an issue. Is Altscape is something that everybody likes right now, but we don't really deal with it, but some of the EHP community does. And I mean, the last thing you want is for you to feel pressured on bringing in another account.
Yeah.
Some of the weapons and offhand empowerments will be used with left click. You must have them equipped, and attack level with the charisma level determines if the said weapon or offhand can actually be wielded. So I guess it's kind of like how prayer is sometimes tied to certain things.
Yeah.
But it's mainly the attack or defense or strength requirement. That's the big one to get. Or I shouldn't say prayer, but like with the crystal equipment, how you have an agility tied to it, agility level needed.
Yeah.
There would be cooldowns that would be specific to each empowerment and each weapon / offhand. Cooldowns would be able to control the EHP. And I don't feel like we really have too many cooldowns besides your special attack, like your special energy kind of regenerating.
Yeah, and lunar spells.
Yeah.
Venge and all that stuff.
So it is possible to bring it into the game if we have it with lunars.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm surprised. I'm surprised we don't see more of it. Most of the cooldowns seem to be like when you equip this trinket or this like amulet, the effect doesn't kick in for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So we could have it so like certain spells or certain, I don't know, just certain item effects have a cooldown too. The number of allies affected by the empowerments you use is determined by the weapon or offhand being used and your level of charisma. The charisma equipment worn as armor would have defense and charisma requirements. Armor pieces could have a set effect, which all pieces are worn together to increase the likelihood / bonus of the charisma effect to take place when using the empowerments. When an empowerment is successful, you get an experience drop. Experience is not determined by how many empowerments are cast, only determined by when empowerments are actually successful and what they are meant to do. That's pretty interesting. It prevents people from just like, with training magic, people are spamming like high alching and stuff, which you couldn't really do. So this would be something as you're doing combat, you throw some of it out to gain some experience.
Yeah.
And this could open up a whole new meta for how someone builds an account, which, I mean, that's totally true. I guess we'll go into that more once we actually talk about the rest of the skill, because we're kind of near the ending here. And I have a lot more ideas for the specific skill, but you guys probably get the gist of it. And I hope you enjoyed hearing about my new skill. And then he ends it with, I'm in your CC all the time and I practically play every day. Love the podcast. Truly great. So thank you for the kind words. And he did do a follow-up email with a little edit saying weapons and offhand empowerments used with the left click must be equipped, and attack or defense levels with the charisma level determines if some weapons or offhands can even be wielded. So what are your first initial thoughts?
Yeah, I like the idea of like a support-based skill. It does sound like charisma is like similar to like, it'd be like a prayer other type thing where it's like,
okay, that's interesting.
A prayer-based skill, but it's just to help out other people.
Okay, yeah, I can, that makes a lot of sense. So I think one issue that I notice is whether or not this would level your combat. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I feel like old school RuneScape players are really set in their ways in the sense that even if increasing the combat level makes sense, nobody would really want that.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot of pushback there. But if it did level your combat, it does open the doors for you have pures and then having support players.
Yeah.
Right? So that's an interesting way to look at it. And then another issue would be like, how does it work with Iron Men? Right? Because if they play on their own, can you still buff?
Yeah, I guess that'd be a whole dead skill for them.
Yeah. Which, is that a problem?
For Iron Man, yeah. How would they level it up?
And how would they get the max cape and the quests that require it?
Yeah.
And then finally, I do think that another issue would be it would be a very slow skill to level. And it would have to be, because the last thing you want is like being able, let's say it gave you, if you were playing with a friend and you could constantly use the empowerments, let's say you were getting like 500k experience an hour, which made it so that when you're playing alone, you're getting 0k experience an hour.
Yep.
So you would want it high if you're with someone else, but then it would just kind of promote bringing in your other account and being able to blast through the levels.
Unless you just did the GE and you just give boosts to everyone.
Yeah. And then, but then you get mad at let's say you go bossing and they're like, dude, turn your accept aid on.
Yeah.
I need to get this going. And well, I forgot to do, I don't even know where it is. Cause I mean, I have that problem all the time. Mm-hmm. Someone's trying to vent other me or something and I have it turned off because I'm sick of being othered.
Yeah.
So I like the concept of this. I don't know if it entirely would work as its own skill because there's too many issues with it. Like how would it affect combat levels? If somebody like Iron Man, am I playing solo? Are there other ways I can get experience? But it's a cool idea. And I like how you mentioned it's like a prairie other.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this would work for a skill, but I do think the empowerment idea could definitely be tacked onto prayer.
Yeah.
Which I think could totally work. And prayers are really hard to bring into the game, as we can see, where, it took forever just for them to bring out 4 new prayers. Is it 4? Yeah. 3 prayers. But this is a new way of doing it, and it could be a bit different. Maybe it's like a different prayer book. Like, I'm pretty sure back in the day, they did the same thing. You can change your prayers to curses.
Like in
RuneScape 3.
Yeah.
So like, it gives you this, you could do something similar, but with empowerments, where it's like, the prayers are always going to be better for yourself, but maybe you can get away with not having to pray. You have one guy, whoever's tanking, mm-hmm. They're tanking, and then you're just using the empowerments on them. Like
you would click the prayer, or the empowerment, click on them, your prayer points go down.
Yeah.
20, they get this thing for 20 seconds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, and I think that'd be an interesting way to do it. Mm-hmm. And it kind of changes things, but you could still do it in a way where it's not like all of a sudden this thing's overpowered. Now PvP has changed. Now PVM has changed, and it's way easier. You have to balance all the monsters again.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty cool idea. So let's start. Does it have a strong identity?
Not really, because you could kind of just put this in prayer.
Yeah, so that's where I see it as well. And plus with charisma, I mean, so I was going to say with charisma, I don't instantly think of boosting other people, but you can use it as a way like you're motivating.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense. But then when it comes to like actually items and equipping items, I find that.
What would be a charismatic item?
Like
a comb?
Microphone? I don't know, right?
A comb so you can comb your hair?
Right, combs, yeah.
Mirrors? I have no idea.
Yeah, so I don't find it has the strongest skill identity. Medieval versus fantasy. I think this charisma in itself is a very real thing.
Yeah. And
it's what, like, I mean, the term charlatans, right? Like kind of like a con artist in a sense.
Yeah.
And they're usually very charismatic. Oh, unfortunately, that doesn't really apply to the skill in itself. Mm-hmm. But like empowerments and stuff, you could think of that as motivation.
Yep.
Given from your player. And then obviously there's some fantasy trickled in if there's going to be items that you can use and like and stuff like that. And the gameplay loop, it supplements combat. So I find that it would be a good loop if you're using it with your combat. But the problem is if you're wanting to train as fast as possible, how would you do that?
Yeah, you would end up just standing at the GE.
Yeah. So that might be not the best loop. Mm-hmm. But I like the idea. I don't think it would work as a skill, but I do think empowerment would be a cool thing to bring and tackle it with prayer, as you had mentioned.
Yeah.
So I'd be very open for that. Mm-hmm. All right. The next skill idea was pitched by Ohmfries, and the skill idea is livestock. And he says here, livestock would be an addition to POH, the player-owned house. And this skill could be tied in with multiple other skills. In order to level the skill, you need to reach a minimum construction, crafting, fletching, smelting, mining, and wood cutting in order to gain supplies. The wood would be for lower level pens and metals for higher level monster pens. Once the levels are reached, you can add them You can then add a small-sized chicken or cow pen to your player-owned house and slowly level your way up to multiple pens and higher-level pens to accommodate higher-level animals and monsters. Once certain levels are reached in the livestock skill, the option to have your player-owned house butler watch over your livestock for you, and you can also harvest the items for you, but not for experience, only for gold. Kind of similar to how the Kingdom of Miscellanea is. You'll have the ability to farm animals and some unlockable monsters for experience in the livestock skill. You get hides and meats and other useful items, including specific drops, like unique drops. Livestock could also have potential to tie in with melee, ranged, and magic training through animal and monster harvesting. Could be an excellent moneymaker for low levels and even higher level players as a daily passive or a drop table grind. You'll have unlockable pets for the player-owned house only, and only animals and monsters available to use in the livestock skill would have an unlockable POH only pet form. So I guess you could get your own pet chicken, right?
Yeah.
Pet cow, pet goat, whatever it is. New quests to help fellow NPC livestock farmers around the world of RuneScape in order to unlock valuable resources and achievements. And you'll have the ability to craft rare items and armors from livestock drops. Hope you guys like my idea. Look forward for more time in the CC and more podcasts from Ohmfries. So, initial thoughts of the livestock skill?
I like the idea, but farming.
Yeah, so Deegan, you're very against time-gated activities?
Yeah.
So would that be your only gripe with having like livestock of some sorts?
That and like you could just put this into farming or like hunter.
Yeah, okay. I can see that. I'll say first that I love the idea of having your own player-owned house, like having animal pens within your POH.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And I do like the idea of having animals that are kind of taken care of. I don't know why. I do kind of enjoy that stuff. It might be because growing up, I'm playing a bunch of Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, I'm a big fan of Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's cool in that sense.
I like it, but I don't know if you could make it a skill.
It would be tough. And they have pitched animal husbandry as an offshoot of farming.
Yeah.
And, it is kind of similar to the RuneScape 3 player-owned house farms.
Yeah.
Which I actually do really like the way RuneScape 3 does it, where you get you can get 2 chickens and they'll have their own specific traits. And sometimes they're not really too meaningful, but some traits are rarer to get than others. And you can breed 2 animals together and then you'll get, a new chicken that's going to have maybe a mixture of the 2 traits. Sometimes new traits will be with it, depending on what traits the 2 chickens had.
Yeah.
And what that does is players would do selective breeding to get super rare chickens that they could then sell.
Mm-hmm.
So I love the way they did in RuneScape 3, and I think it would be pretty neat to bring it into the game. But yeah, and I think another issue would be is that as its own standalone skill, I don't think you want to have to do too many other skills in order to use that one skill. Like if you had to go do some wood cutting for the wood and maybe some farming for, I don't know, food, and maybe you had to do the hunter to capture some sort of animal, which that's a really cool thing to have in the game. I'd be totally down for it. But if I have to do all that as a precursor to train this skill, might be a bit tedious.
Yeah.
And it almost seems like it would be I think RuneScape 3 calls them an elite skill, which is what invention is. Mm-hmm. And you need to have certain levels before you can even train it. It's like 70 Slayer and like 70 Hunter or something like that. Do you think there's space in the game for an elite skill that requires you to hit other skills there's the requirement to train that skill in the first place is to have like 50 Hunter and 50 thieving?
I think there is space for it, but I don't think anyone would I don't think, not anyone, but I don't think the community would allow that as a concept.
Yeah, I think it's...
Well, people hate skilling.
Yeah, and it's... what's the term? Not gating. What do you call a type of person when they're like...
gatekeeper?
Gatekeeper, yeah. I don't think people like gatekeeping in the sense that, well, I don't already have 50 Slayer and I don't have 50 Thieving, and I can't train the skill all because they just set these arbitrary requirements.
Yeah.
So people don't seem to totally like that. We see it with quests all the time. Mm-hmm. It's why the highest quest requirement is like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll ever get anything higher than that for a higher level quest. But yeah, again, cool concept. I think it'd be great to supplement with your player-owned house and Well, sorry. I think it would be great to supplement with construction and supplement farming. But as its own, I think it would be an issue, which is, I guess, brings us right to our skill identity. I find it's too, like, farming is kind of a very vague term.
Yeah.
So you could throw that in. Whereas maybe if we had not farming, if we had like a horticulture or agriculture skill, maybe we had room for this. But because farming, that's animals too.
Yeah.
This could fall into it. Medieval versus fantasy, very medieval.
Yeah.
It's not too fantasy at all unless you start throwing in like Zolra snakelings or little Vorkaths, like Vorky dudes. But even still, that is not crazy fantasy because in the other you can just think of them as different animals. Then gameplay loop. You're probably not gonna be a fan of the gameplay loop since it's something you have to revisit every X amount of hours.
But it's very real.
Yeah, it's very real. Mm-hmm. And I am a fan of that, so that's a gameplay loop that I'm totally cool with.
Yep.
Because it's easy to jump on and go, you know what, I'm going to do a quick livestock run. So I think the idea as a concept is really cool, and I definitely would welcome that into the game. But as its own skill, I think is when it becomes the issue, because a lot of it fits in with farming.
Yeah.
So similar to kind of charisma, right? Mm-hmm. Great concept that could be brought into the game if it was paired with another thing. All right, the next skill is the scribe skill that was submitted by Matakos1. He says, I had a great time coming up with this idea for this skill. Please read all the way through so you understand the skill completely. It's, of course, incomplete and subject to change, but I hope you two like it. Oh, and he's got pictures with it.
Yeah.
Very cool. So this is the scribe skill. Don't worry, we're going to be throwing, with permission from the authors, the creators of these skills, with permission of them, we'll definitely throw in like in a Word document and stuff so you can actually see it as well. Maybe you're playing RuneScape, you could read along with us too. Maybe it'll give you a better chance. And then as Matakos has done, he has pictures to go with it so you can actually look at it. But the first picture is just the skill tab of what we have on Oldschool RuneScape, and it has the scribe skill in the bottom corner. Obviously 73 in every skill. Bodhi meme, right?
Yeah, 1 rune crafting, 2 herblore, right? That's good. Mm-hmm. And the scribe skill, it looks like a quill and a little thing of ink, right? Where you dip it in. So already that picture, if I didn't play RuneScape and I looked at this, and this is my first time playing, I would think it fits right into it. Yeah, the actual artwork is something that I would expect to see as the skill. Yeah. So the principal concepts: you can write books and scrolls. You can forge and fake signatures and write contracts. Can write spell books, which release new magic spells and herblore recipes. You can translate texts from other languages for quests, which release hidden secrets discovering new lands, caves, and skilling methods. This would bring in a new player-owned room for construction called the Writer's Workshop. In that Writer's Workshop, you'll have a desk, which allows you to sit down and create original stories that you can type manually for your friends to read. A bookshelf where you store your own original books on the shelves for others to read. A supply shelf where you can store your scribe-related writing items on the wall for easy access. A mount for your proudest achievements in a framed exhibit on the wall, whether it be a publisher contracts, an ancient source material you found in a quest, or even a simple spreadsheet from the bank intern quest. There'll be a dictionary stand where you can mount your dictionary to protect all your hard-earned discoveries. So right there, that's cool. I never even considered being able to write your own text for other people to see. Yeah. That's pretty cool. You know, there's going to be some content creators who are making some lore books. Yeah. And of course, someone's going to be writing meme books and some ERP. What was the one for Skyrim? The Argonian Maid.
The Argonian Maid, yeah.
Oh,
some
yeah.
Erotic novella. And I do think like there's so many different races in RuneScape that to be able to learn other languages and translate can definitely work. And the Writer's Workshop makes total sense. That's something that with a good use, that should already be in the game. Yeah, I can picture it. It makes total sense. The next point is the Grand Library of Gielinor. So for this, Jagex polls allow players to vote on the best books each month, which are to be placed in the Grand Library in Sears Village. Interesting. They can be sold for gold, so the players have incentives to write books and the community buys them. NPCs will also buy the books so that a certain income is guaranteed. Players can also mount the publisher contract on their writer's workshop. That's pretty neat. That's a pretty cool idea of people, as we even see with this competition, people put some really good work into writing these skills up.
Yeah.
Like everyone has, and being able to kind of catalog it out of the whole RuneScape game.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have one dude who's like really wants to be the top author. So he's going to have like 40% of the books will be written by him alone,
Or her.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The next part is the Theater of Ardone. This, you can write your own plays and have RuneScape NPC actors perform the roles for you. You can invite your friends to see your plays in the theater. Stage movement, the play theme, example, Dragon Hunter Squad, is pre-planned, but the dialogue can change. Jagex will release themed plays for the seasons, and you can unlock new outfits after the play, which is outfits that the actors can use. That's pretty cool. Again, if someone could come up with some cool play, I might spend a Friday night and go check it out. Like, imagine it played like maybe every night at 7 p.m. or every Friday night at 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to go check it out just to see what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
So that's neat.
And this would open up worlds. Let's say world like 362 becomes like the theater world. So you would go to that world and like the most popular plays would be there. But other worlds could host other plays. So if you're like new to the scene, you could like go to like world like,
free to play world or something.
Yeah, well, like world, like some random world, and then you're like an upcoming theater writer, right? And someone's just like strolling by and like, oh, this is cool, and they check it out, and it's like done by Jimmy Man 222, and he's like, oh, that's pretty cool, and then like Jimmy Man's like, hey, yeah, I do these play, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and then eventually it's like, yeah, I liked it, and like you could like gain notoriety and like be kind of cool to like have, because like as of right now, if you're like a RuneScape like legend or like legend air quotes, but like notable player, it's all PVM or PvP based. You're like
look at Settled series, right?
Well, like that, but I mean like Zezma, I'm a hot my
right. Zezma's only famous. He talks so little that he's only famous for having high stats.
Yeah, I'm a hot my PKer, like all these like famous people in RuneScape were like PKers or PVMers, like Wooks, right?
Yeah.
Bodhi, they're all content creators, but the main thing is that like, sure, they're like involved in the community, but like no one knows who like Wooks is unless you're on like Reddit a lot or Twitter. What if you're a casual player and you notice like some dude, his name is like, okay, good example, Drew G. If you're a member, you know who Drew G is because he hosts the POH worlds all the time on 330.
Okay.
So now you could bring that concept to this guy writes some pretty cool books that you can read here. If you're bored one night, you want to read, or like you go to like the theater and this guy's writing like kind of cool, funny plays. You got like really creative people that like, you know what I mean? Like if you're interested or you're around that content, like you'll see a name that you can recognize. Like Drew G's not like famous, right?
I don't know who he is.
Okay, well, like,
but I don't go to other player-owned houses too much, and I know there's a community there of like the same recurring people doing it.
Yeah, they're like he's known for hosting, right?
Yeah,
he's always hosting as POH, and there's other people within that community. This opens up like another type of community that you could be involved with within the game. Like you see on Reddit, people host comedy nights at the
and they have great turnouts because people are they want these activities that aren't a PVM event.
Yeah,
they want this thing where it's like a party,
social interactive thing.
Yeah,
even if it's like poetry, right? You have like a poetry. You go to the bar or like whatever comedy night, whatever. You could like implement these concepts and like become well known within like the casual community based on like sitting down and writing out like a book or like sitting down interacting with like the season's play and coming up with these like funny or creative stories. And
it could be the thing where it's like, the newest, I don't know, Legend of the Green Dragon play, but maybe you haven't been able to watch it, but it's so good that everyone's like, yo, this shit's real good. And next thing you know, you see the town crier being like, hey, this Friday, we're going to be doing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're doing the play. You'd be like, shit, I've heard so much about this. I'm going to go do it.
And even like potential gold sinks, right? You could pay X amount of gold to have your play on this world at this time.
Yeah. And maybe people have to buy tickets to go see it.
Yeah. That would be like a little tricky, but the concept is like...
It's cool.
Yeah.
And the game becomes so much around efficiency that, as you mentioned, the comedy night, when one of these unique events happen, people are like, oh, thank God.
People flock to it. Yeah.
And it's cool to see. So there's a lot you could do with that. And yeah, I like the idea of this skill taking a step back from EHP.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like this seems like a skill people are doing similar to some of the other skills we've talked about, where they're doing it because it's fun.
Like this is a skill you would only do because you love it.
Yeah.
Which
do we have many of those other skills?
Like the people that like didn't want to train it, like that sucks for them, but they're part of like a whole different, they're part of like not like what's bad for RuneScape, but what can be bad.
Yeah.
I'm not saying like, hey, if you're not obsessed with like, the community, that's bad, but I mean like if you don't want to do it because it's inefficient, you can't spam magic imbue on off cooldown because you're like EHP, or because you only want to slay, it's like the skill you could justify never being needed for any quests or anything unless it's directly related. The only shitty thing is gotta get your max cape, but you know what?
There's other shitty skills that people bite the bullet for.
Yeah.
So this, if they're only playing it to watch a number go up, then this is no different than agility to them or rune crafting.
Yeah. If you lose your max cape because of this skill and like that's why you're gonna vote no, then that's like
that's a problem.
You.
Yeah,
that's
you're
on your
problem.
mindset, right?
Yeah.
At least, yeah. Anyways,
okay, so now we're gonna go through some of the items. So ink. This can vary by duration, tint intensity, and color. Mining is used to extract the materials from stones and swamps. Quills can vary by thickness, font style, and durability. Achieved by using hunting to catch different types of birds in RuneScape and fletching to craft the rough feathers into quills. Journals and paper can vary by page color and amount of pages. Crafting is involved in the creation of this material. And then the last item here is dictionary. A dictionary which a player assembles themselves as they acquire more knowledge of different languages. This can be lost, so copies can be made to bring to dangerous situations, and a master copy can be stored in the dictionary stand at your player-owned house. If you write down important information during a quest and you die before you escape, you need to reacquire the information because you lost the dictionary. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
So in No Man's Sky, there's 3 different languages you learn, and when you first talk to these NPCs, it's just
gobbledygook.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But as you slowly learn letters or words, the sentences start actually becoming legible, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I first think of, and I like how No Man's Sky does that because you start piecing it together. This, in a sense, could do something similar. And also with the going back to the ink and the quills, how there's different different fonts, different tints and intensities and colors, I think is kind of a cool idea.
Yeah.
Because going into RuneScape 3, they have like dyes you can get, and some dyes are really rare. So it's kind of a similar idea where, okay, like white, like are you really going to write with white? No, but you might want it so that it could like, you can use it with your, I don't know, you can do something with it to make something pop out when you're writing, right?
Yeah.
Being able to get something bolded or underline.
Even like if you were to use like a dye for like a text, like let's say you're writing a theater play, and then you were to use the die to write it in quote, to write a quote in.
Yeah.
That NPC could say it in a different color.
Ah, yeah.
So like you use red, and it's this evil mage who speaks in red, and it would help you link like,
yeah,
this guy's evil, or like this guy's talking, you know?
Yeah, and it kind of helps you like know without someone directly saying I'm an evil mage. He's talking in red, while this guy who's wearing all white is talking in blue. You can kind of right then and there know who's the good and who's the bad.
Yeah, even like if someone's doing like a monologue or an inner like thought, and use a different font style,
like italics or something.
Yeah,
so that's pretty cool. And shouting, larger font, bolded.
Yeah,
or like, you know what I mean, whatever it is. So next are the quests, and there are 5 quests. So the first one is Help Needed. This is an easy and short quest. This is the introductory quest to the skill. The monastery of Edgeville needs help translating prayer books after an army led by the goblins burned half of their library. They're hiring writers to help rewrite the prayer books. Accidentally, you discover a prayer book hidden underneath a bookshelf and discover 2 new prayers. The monks thank you and reward you. Interesting. Makes sense. It's a cool way to start it, right? Quest number 2, it's the big speech. It's an easy and medium quest. Sorry, easy difficulty, medium length. The King of Falador needs to make a big speech before the citizens of Falador. You must help him by interviewing the locals about what changes they want in the city and write a speech that addresses all of their needs. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
It's seems like could be a fun quest.
Mm-hmm.
Quest number 3, the bank intern. Easy quest, short in length. You serve as a bookkeeper in the Bank of Varrock. Okay, pretty. I feel like that, again, is another introductory one that could be kind of like a cook's assistant, sheep shearer kind of quest. Spelling problem. This is a hard quest and long. The ancient wizard Montarius is the only wizard who remembers the ancient art of herbiavora, a special set of spells assisting in natural remedies, potions, and farming advancements. But he's suffering from serious memory problems. You need to visit various wizards around Gielinor and convince them to attend wizarding conventions to help Montarius remember. Unfortunately, they'll only come if you run tasks for them as well. At the end, a new spellbook will be earned, which will help with herblore, farming, and runecrafting. A new rune will need to be crafted. And then the last quest is the Mysterious Symbols. It's a master quest and very long. You learn how to read a strange language of symbols found near Shiloh Village by finding learning materials, native speakers hidden away, and Rosetta Stone-esque artifacts. Learn how to read a strange language of symbols found near Shiloh Village by finding learning materials, native speakers hidden away, and Rosetta Stone-esque artifacts, all over Gielinor. Piece together all of the information you receive and assemble a master interpretation in your dictionary. Present the finished book to the leader of Shiloh Village and receive your reward. You must steal materials and find the native speakers in difficult locations with difficult enemies. Discovery of a new tribe and a city long hidden away who sailed from Shiloh Village thousands of years ago to a new island during a Karamja plague. That's pretty cool. I guess we could use a much more difficult quest on that island.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big island, but you know, the quest always seems so isolated.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the quests are pretty cool. They do seem to, for the most part, just kind of supplement the skill in itself to kind of make it a way to fit in Gielinor, like in the game.
Yeah. By
having these different quests, we're like, oh, hey, we don't know how to translate this, that, or this.
Yeah, like taking the the actual like live active community, like if this was an offline game, like these quests would be like the way to incorporate the skill pretty well.
Yeah, exactly.
Into the world.
And finally, how to actually train the skill Scribe. So from level 1 to 5, it'll be from the quest Help Needed, which is the very first quest we talked about. And then level 5 to 99, you can begin tasks similar to Slayer. You will visit NPCs who will give you tasks to perform and gather information about certain matters. However, unlike Slayer, you can visit any NPC. You're not limited to your own Slayer Master across Gielinor. However, unlike Slayer, you can visit any NPC across Gielinor. You're not limited to your own Slayer master. There are some NPCs who will give a much harder tasks than others. At 45, you can then write your own books. And then increasing levels, you can access better journals, better paper, quills, and inks. You can forge false signatures to present to store owners, kings, etc. for large recompenses. Similar to thieving, if caught, severe punishment depending on the power of the NPC. 65, you can write plays. And at level 99, go to the Master Librarian in the Great Library of Gielinor to receive your Writer's Mastery Diploma. And so that's the skill right there. Initial thoughts?
I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
I think it's the type of skill that if it's not going to be a Slayer 2 type of skill, this is what we would need.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's purely fun and it brings a large aspect of fun into the game.
Yeah.
Without it like grinding and stuff.
My biggest worry is experience rates due to like, if someone doesn't like it, they don't like, it's like I understand why someone wouldn't be for it because it's like a whole different, it would be like the most different skill.
Yeah.
In terms of like, if you're not leveling it, you're like just writing stuff, you know what I mean? Like you're kind of like doing just creative, fun little like works.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, I feel like fishing because I just enjoy it, something to do. It's like, I want to log on to Runescape and do some scribe.
Yeah.
I want to finish this play I started. But if someone's not into that, like this will kind of bug them. So with the being able to like do the 599 training method, I feel like it would probably have to be like high rates.
Yeah, or maybe certain NPCs that give you harder tasks. Maybe you can access it right at level 5. Maybe you talk to, I don't know, the king of Ardon. What's his name? Or one of the elves. Let's say you talk to them and they give you this task, and you just have to keep repeating what the tasks he gives you, and they're going to be a pain in the ass, but they give you like 200k an hour, and you can get those rates straight at level 5.
Yeah.
But they would be tough.
Yeah. That kind of sounds like that's what the idea would be.
Yeah.
Like there's no scaling rates. It's very much like, I don't want to say it like rune crafting, but you can achieve the max rates at a low level.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Like lava runes are what, 23?
Yeah, something like that, 23, 21.
Yeah, even though the rate's bad. But you know what I mean? Like you could achieve the max rates right at the gate.
I find one problem with bringing this in is with the polling system and the community. If you tell them, like, why would I want this skill? What do I get in the end? And if you were to say you get fun and enjoyment from the skill itself,
yeah,
they're going to be like, no, I want something I can equip. I want a whole new set of armors. I want new foods or something and potions. Like, I don't want a new skill that the end result is that I had a fun time doing it. Like, people would want that, but I don't think people will vote being like, hell yeah, that sounds like a great idea. They'd be more like, the community is much more skeptical.
Yeah.
Being like, okay, you want us to have fun doing it, but if I don't have fun doing it, I'm really not going to have fun doing it.
Yeah. And that's why I think you would have to give really good experience rates. So you could like bust out like the 99 in like, 20 hours.
Yeah.
Like something like 20 hours sounds like a lot, but that's quick as hell. Getting like 13 mil experience in like 20 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Do the math. I don't know. I can't do it right now. But yeah, I think this skill would cater to like a community that hasn't been tapped into at all.
And it's something I think a lot of people are desperate for. And I feel like because we lack so much of it, it's why this game doesn't grow more than it does.
Yeah.
It's because like you play RuneScape because you have to kind of in the end enjoy the grind.
Yeah.
Because even like Slayer in itself isn't necessarily fun. It's just satisfying getting the gold and the money and like being able to buy your items from doing the tasks.
Yeah.
It's more enjoyable killing something and watching a random thing drop versus like wood cutting. You're just getting the same logs every time.
Yeah.
But I would even say like Slayer in itself isn't like you're doing it like, oh, this is fun. This is so much fun. Raiding a bit more is something that you do more enjoy as you're doing it. Some mini games as well. So I think having a skill that focuses on this would be, I think it's kind of would be a nice change to have.
Yeah, it would be one way to like maintain or pull in or tap into like a new type of player base, because everyone like knows of RuneScape. Not everyone, but everyone's familiar with it. The game's so old. It's like it hits like #1. It won like BAFTA awards, all this stuff, right?
Yeah, people have strong feelings, whether it's positive or negative.
Yeah, people are at least familiar with it, and the most common thing is that like the game's so grindy.
Yeah, people
like,
will say it's like,
oh, I don't want to grind. But like, if you're like trying to get your girlfriend or someone to be like, hey, sweetie, you want to write books that people can read? Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, or you're just like, all right, some dude wrote this play, or some dude or dudette wrote this really cool play, and you don't have to play RuneScape to necessarily enjoy it. Like, it's just a good story.
Yeah.
And like there's a lot of content creators who make content that aren't like watch me kill in quest or skill.
Yeah.
They do like their own, like 25 buttholes. He does a bunch of videos.
Well, yeah, like he does that stuff. Like his tone is like way more comedic based.
It's like fun. You're not watching him do like a series of like watch me level my Iron Man.
Yeah, or like watch me kill a bull. I mean, he kills people, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like the tone of like that guy specifically is like he does comedy. There's other like YouTubers that like will that do like videos, and they're clearly like comedy based or something, right? They're not like like RuneScape content based.
Yep.
The RuneScape content is there to like segue into like their humor or something, and this could just kind of be like a gateway into content creating or another means to like keep it within the game.
Yeah, and it's like I said with like plays and stuff, I think it's such a cool idea to be like, yo, you guys want to go check out the Drunken Maid? I don't know. I think I'm stealing that Skyrim erotica novel thing. But like, you guys want to watch like the death of a white knight? Like this play, and you're like, well, okay, let's go check it out. You know what I mean? Like, now it would be hard to do a play in itself. Like, you would have to really overhaul what this game is capable of. So not really, but like, this could be to do a play. I feel like you'd have to be able to have a lot at your disposal.
Well, he does mention that like Jagex would have like a season thing, so they could like they would have NPCs just doing actions, and then from there you could build a story.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I thought of like as an easy way to implement the theater, and then you're just putting in text. But we have the Orb of Oculus, and even at the fight pits, you can interact with the orbs and look around. So you are able to like change your player perspective within the game. The issue is like recording it and putting it into like a savable way to show other people.
To show others, and you'd have to be able to view it. Well, I think you would also be able to interact with the guy you're sitting next to without disrupting the actual show. Like maybe you could still talk to be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like that's why Twitch is so popular, is because Twitch chat, being able to interact with others. What
if it was just like you sit down, like you click the door, enter the theater, cutscene, but you can interact with like the chat in the bottom.
Yeah.
And then like that's I don't know if the game would allow that, but yeah, I don't know. I really like the idea of like having like some sort of like infamy or like being famous or like being a notable player due to like, hey, yeah, this guy wrote some pretty cool books that I read. Like
he has the highest ticket sales.
Yeah. Like there was like that dude that like the pizza guy.
Right. There was a guy who just made an account where he delivered pizzas. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah. There are like those types of people within the game, like even Pink Skirt. He's not super well known, but he makes like really dumb puns and memes for the community on Reddit and Twitter.
Yeah.
But like there are people like that.
Yeah,
And,
like if you're worried of like, well, who's going to put the time in? Look at Gentle Tractor. He makes Reddit posts. He doesn't get paid to make a Reddit post.
look
how much work he puts into it.
how like much you guys put into this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like all this work, that all the skills we've gone to, like that's a lot of work was put into it, and creativity and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like
We could even like host events in game related to like, hey, novel night, you know what I mean, like a short story type thing. You know what I mean, like in like niche little like or like small communities could have certain events related just for the skill. Certain new CCs could be opened up just for the skill,
like a writing prompts CC.
Yeah, like the Writers Guild, like CC type thing where you go in and talk about your writing, or like, oh, I've been trying to do this play, you know, or hey, what's the fast way to level up? The skill sucks. You know what I mean? You like you could like go in and like, yeah, it just opens up a whole new community, which would be like, that's what I find really interesting with the skill.
Yeah, it's like really out there, but not in a way that I look at it and being like, this could not be implemented in the game. I look at it and go, I think it could. Jagex, like you would have to find a way to, in a dev blog, you would need to describe it in a way that's going to get people on board, not being like, well, that is cool, but like the rewards, what's the rewards? You know what I mean?
The big thing is love hate.
Yeah, that's
right.
What
I feel like the player base would love it or hate it. Yeah,
it's really cool, and it's really our role play.
Yeah,
even like being able to forge documents to give to kings and stuff, like that's pretty cool. It gives you the open, like, oh, you mess up, boom, in jail for, you know, now you have to sneak out somehow, or I don't know.
Yeah,
you can even have a quest that gets started because you get locked away.
Yeah,
so it's that's a cool one. I do really like it. So
skill identity,
right? The three topics. Skill identity.
Yeah,
it's a pretty strong identity.
It's called scribe. You know, like scribe, writing, that type of stuff.
Yeah, even the picture that he included with it, the quill with some ink.
Yeah.
So you know you're going to be writing some stuff. And
yeah, it fits.
Yeah, and then he mentioning different herbal recipes, different magic spells, all totally fit. Medieval versus fantasy.
Very real.
Yeah, very real. I mean, Shakespeare. Everyone knows Shakespeare, and dude's been dead for a while now. And all because he wrote really good plays. You could have the same thing with RuneScape.
Yeah.
Gameplay loop. I think it's got a good gameplay loop if you enjoy the skill. If you don't enjoy the skill, you're going to definitely disagree.
Yeah.
So I do think it has tackles the three of them pretty well. All right, so the next is proposed by IW Sarah Janes. So before we get into the skill the skill itself, they talk about kind of improving other skills first. Just I guess their ideas of what they could bring to other skills, like what additions could be added to them. So it starts off, hey guys, I know that this competition is for a new skill and I will have one at the bottom of this, but honestly, I would like to see some new updates to current skills and I find these more interesting. So I'll list those first. So first thing is Hunter, bringing in Ranged Hunter. As most of Hunter is actually done with traps, there's a significant lack of hunting done when training the Hunter skill. I would like to see something similar to deer hunting in real life where someone goes up in a tree stand or ground blind, depending on Hunter level, and actually shoots arrows at large mammals. Then, after they are shot, the Hunter would leave the stand or blind and track them down. This would both train Hunter and ranged, and what you could hunt would be based on your Hunter level, and your accuracy would be based on your marksmanship, which is seen below. So marksmanship is the skill being pitched at the end. Is there space for ranged hunting? Yeah, I think so.
We have chompy bird hunting.
Chompy bird hunting, which you don't get experience for whatever reason. But yeah,
you get range experience. But
yeah, exactly. So yeah, you could bring in ranged hunting, you know, with the right rewards from it. It's definitely something there that could be fun. Next is fishing, ranged fishing. This would allow for users to go out on a boat and use range to get fish, training both ranged, see below, as well as fishing. I mean, bow fishing is a real thing.
Yeah.
So it could work. Problem, it might fall into like aerial fishing where it's like another one of those that no one's really going to do. Agility, which is swimming. I like your idea of having a swimming as a skill, but it seems to me like it is a subset of the agility skill, and I would like to see it incorporated into that. We do have that agility/thieving course that's underwater.
Yeah.
So we kind of have it in the game, but there's definitely space for more underwater activity. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Farming, animal husbandry, essentially breeding animals. I thought of as a potential different skill, but it really does fall within its means to be a farmer. We touched on that earlier, right?
Yeah.
You would raise different animals, including breeding them for different traits based on what your mentor, which is an older farmer, requests. Animals would include cows, chickens, ducks, sheep, yaks, etc. Again, this would be for the farming skill and would do a good job at rounding out the farming skill.
Yeah.
So animal husbandry, yeah.
It's been suggested, and it's in RS3.
Yeah, it's an RS3, and Jagex was going to bring it with the farming guild.
Yeah.
Don't really know why they didn't, but they have their reasons. Construction, fields, and pens.
Yep.
The idea of this would be to allow players to create fields that are twice the size of a normal room and pens that are the size of a normal room to grow both crops and animals. This will allow you to create farming patches and allotments, flowers, trees, and fruit trees. Note, the lack of herbs are there because we already have too many herb patches. This would allow someone to have different animals at their disposal in their player-owned house should they need cowhides or feathers or the like and train their farming at their house too. So, again, it was pitched as an idea for another skill, and again, RuneScape 3 kind of has it, so yeah, I think it's fitting. Fire making, simple length expansion. Basically, the time fire lasts should be based on the logs burned. This one is small, but it thoroughly annoys me.
I thought that was the case already.
Me too. Should we pull up the wiki? Wow, we're learning something today. So it says on the wiki, different logs require different levels to ignite as shown in the table below. When a log is lit, it will stay on fire for a short while. How long a fire stays lit is always random despite the player's fire-making level and type of log. That's dumb.
That's weird.
How do we not have that?
Learn something new.
Yeah, apparently.
Look what Wintertodd's done to us.
Yeah, no kidding. Next is crafting. Wood crafting. This would allow users to craft different objects out of wood. Including in this would be different statues made out of logs for the player-owned house, jewelry for Fashionscape, and wooden weapons, both for training as well as being able to make blackjacks and the like. Wood crafting would be able to make handles for axes and picks when smithing them. This would allow people to use a knife and an axe to craft things and get a player's combination of both woodcutting and crafting experience. Crafting is incredibly full already. This could very well be a subset of woodcutting. But yeah, I mean, I can see it, right?
Yeah.
It could be like a beginner, like, I don't know. Maybe if someone has woodcutting, they can make a wooden sword.
Yep.
I don't know. Anyways, finally, now we're at the new skill idea, which is marksmanship. Marksmanship. This would separate ranged into a marksmanship this would separate ranged into two different skills similar to attack and strength. So you would have ranged and then marksmanship. Both could be trained in the same way that ranged currently is, where accurate attack styles would gain marksmanship experience and long range would gain range experience and defense experience, while rapid would be a combination of both marksmanship and ranged. Furthermore, marksmanship would also be able to be trained by target practice and the hunter expansion of ranged hunting, as we talked about before. Ranged would continue to be trained as it always has with a bow, but also would be trainable with smaller things like grapples or ranged fishing. The big change comes in thrown weapons. These weapons would only be able to train ranged on heave, which is a new attack style that is similar to accurate, but for ranged instead of marksmanship. Ranged in defense on long range, and then ranged in marksmanship on accurate. This would also mean that there would be a different requirement for different weapons. Bows would be based on marksmanship, thrown weapons on ranged, and crossbows on a combination of the two. The purpose of this change is to separate the two key attributes about using a bow, namely accuracy and strength, thus making it somewhat more realistic as well as more similar to how melee works. This also nerfs ranged a bit, as it would require twice the training to have the same abilities that we currently have. Just thought I would throw my ideas out there. What do you think of marksmanship?
Like, I like the idea of the possibility of splitting up range, but mainly for like a way to balance it.
Yeah, that's how I see it. I'm like, this could be a way so that ranged isn't always a problem.
But the issue is that this had to have been a thing on release.
Yeah.
It's too late.
I do think the idea could work. It could fix a lot of things, but you're going to piss a lot of people off if you brought this in today.
Oh, like it would, yeah. It would cause some issues.
To some people, this would be like an EOC kind of change.
Yeah.
So I think that's the problem. But I do like the idea. It's cool. It's like, let's say if ranged was range strength and then marksmanship is ranged accuracy, right?
Yeah.
Or ranged attack. That is cool. And like range is a problem. And at this rate, it seems like it might always be a problem.
Yeah.
So this could be a way to fix it. But yeah, you mentioned you got pures based around. Ranged is...
Yeah.
It's just way too strong of a skill that you would really be screwing over a lot of accounts. But it's a good idea.
Yep.
Regardless. Skill identity, does it have a strong identity? I would say it does in the sense that attack and strength. I mean, it's yes and no, right?
I would say no, but...
No in the sense that we have ranged, but I would say, yes, it is a strong identity because, you know, attack and strength, now you have marksmanship and ranged.
Yeah, but if you, like, I say no only because... attack and then strength it's pretty obvious. Well, even then it's not so obvious now that I think about it. When I got like my buddies into RuneScape, they're like, all right, well, what's the difference between attack and strength?
Right.
Like, those skills don't really have a good identity.
Okay, fair enough.
Then,
yeah.
Like ranged and marksmanship is that, but like a little bit more muddier.
Yeah, okay, so it's about on par with the other two then. That makes sense. Medieval versus fantasy.
It's a real thing.
It's a real thing. Yeah, there's probably some people who have great accuracy, but you know, maybe the type of bow they're shooting doesn't require too much strength, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then a gameplay loop. It's the same loop as ranged.
Yeah, it's combat.
So you know, it's a good loop.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a unique idea. Like, you know, we've had all these unique skills. This one is like taking one skill, splitting it in half.
Yeah.
And yeah, as you mentioned, if it did at Old School on an Old School Classic or an Old School Classic, RuneScape Classic, if they did this, it would work.
Mm-hmm.
But at this rate, it's too far into the game. All right, and now we're at the skill Piracy, which is pitched by Tanko Styles or Meow Tanky, depending on Discord or Old School RuneScape.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. So first things, he says, I want to start by saying I love the podcast. RuneScape has been a part of my life since I was a little kid back in 2004. I created a new account when mobile was released, and I've been playing pretty consistently for the past 8 months or so. I know the submission is late, but I hope there's still time to submit my work schedule. But I hope there's still time to submit. My work schedule is pretty demanding, so I don't have a ton of free time. And you know what? Don't worry, because this little fun fact, this has taken us 3 days to record.
Yeah, this is
it's about 5 hours when it's all said and done.
Yeah, Jesus.
So yeah, you're lucky that it took us a lot longer than we expected.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now let's get into the actual piracy skill. Overview. We all, at least for the most of us, like the idea of treasure trails and things of that nature. Now, I know what you're thinking.
Deegan hates them. Sorry, go on.
Sailing was a skill idea that was rejected. That's why I want to focus on the treasure plundering aspect of it rather than operating a boat on the waters. The progression would start by getting hired on as a greenhorn on a ship. You would gain small amounts of experience by doing daily maintenance on the ships, such as swabbing the deck, finding new treasure maps, repairing the cannons, stocking the ships with supplies, you know, food, cannonballs, planks, etc. And now about the treasure maps that were just mentioned. The captain will give us basic treasure maps, which you can think of as a clue scroll, and we can use his ship to travel to different docks or use a dinghy, like a smaller boat, to travel to a beach all around Gielinor. The directions on the map won't lead you to a literal X marks the spot, but instead it will tell you specific landmarks and people. And if you need to dig, steal, or kill a specific target to get the treasure or the next part of the clue. Along the way, you will gain small amounts of experience by doing the maintenance like just mentioned, or by lowering sails, raising anchors, or launching the dinghy when commanded by the captain. At the end of your treasure map clues, the rewards will be literal gold, sometimes jewels, maybe armor, herbs, etc. Completing the treasure maps will give you a decent amount of piracy experience, and that will be the main way to level up. Along the way, there may be an NPC ship that attacks you, so you would have to get your ships ready for battle. I will get into the intricacies of it when I go over the leveling. I was trying to find a use of cannonballs other than the dwarf cannon, so it would be cool to load the cannons, and at lower levels there may be enough to kill the NPC, but if you run out of cannonballs, they may board your ship. When boarded, you would have to kill them, and along the way, some of your crew may die. In order to recruit more crew members, the captain will send you to bars near ports, and you'll have to pay them to join your crew. Let's say you sink their ship. You will be rewarded experience, and you can send a dinghy to their ship to get small amounts of loot, and the higher level you are, the better loot the NPCs would have. So what are your thoughts of that quick overview?
This guy knows I'm in love with Sea of Thieves, and he's just like, yo, Sea of Thieves, let's put this in.
It sounds cool.
So I'm on board, pun intended.
Nice.
This is speaking to a nice place for me. So I'm Sea of Thieves is like one of my most like, it's not my favorite game, but I have like some of the best memories playing that.
Yeah, sure.
And so,
and like pirate stuff's pretty cool.
Yeah, bringing it to RuneScape sounds like a fun time.
Hell yeah! Like as I'm reading this, I'm already getting ideas of things you could bring in. So he mentions like you go over to collect loot from another ship. What if you collect like prisoners? You recruit them as your crew later on or something. Yeah, that's an idea. So sort of like the animal husbandry that we were talking about before in the livestock with how you get different traits on animals. You get to get different traits on crew members maybe. Mm-hmm. So suddenly maybe you want to take down a ship, but you don't want to kill everyone because you might want to try to recruit them somehow. Or you might recruit them and it's like, man, this guy turns on us. Last thing we want is to be fighting a battle and then one of our own dudes turns into an enemy. Yeah. Anyways, my imagination starts going as I read this. So that's cool. Let's get into the leveling part. So leveling. I know I have gone over a lot already, so let me break it down in a concise, easy to follow format. This next section is the pirate rank. It won't do much except allow you to do more small tasks on the ship. But remember, this isn't a sailing skill, so it won't be super important. So your pirate rank. At level 1 piracy, you will start off as a greenhorn level 1. After your first completed treasure map, you will gain enough experience to move on to the next rank. At level 5, you'll be a powder monkey. This is a pirate term for a young member of the crew who is responsible for making sure the ship has its supplies. And while in battle, they would run cannonballs for the cannon master or bringing swords to the sailors. At level 10, you'll be the rigger or the sail master. At this rank, you will have proven your loyalty to the captain and crew, and now you're able to have a bit of responsibility. At this rank, you are now responsible for raising and lowering the sails, and also raising and lowering your Jolly Roger, which is a pirate flag. Man, this guy knows his pirate stuff, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, guy or girl.
Mm-hmm. This human.
Yeah. Anyways, this will be crucial because if your captain orders you to halt the ship, you'll need to raise the sails. And if he orders you to advance, you'll need to lower them. I wanted to include wind direction for navigating, but I'm not sure if that is too intricate or not. By doing these tasks, you will gain small amounts of strength experience similar to that of barbarian fishing. At level 20, you'll be a sailor. At this rank, you're now able to steer the captain's ship, but only in that of which he orders you. You are a trusted sailor now, so you will have to also do some roles that you are familiar with by now. Sailmaster, gathering supplies, etc. The captain will have you tell the crew when to lower and raise the sails, but if you miss cues, he may have to swap you out. Keep in mind, while leveling up, the main objective of plundering and getting treasures is still what you will be doing. These tasks will be during the time in between clues and sailing to new beaches. Level 40 is a Master Gunner. At this rank, you'll be the one who is able to man the cannons now and will do your best to sink enemy ships, but also defend yours. Keeping a full inventory of cannonballs will be important, but you may have to call for more from a member of your crew. Level 55, Carpenter. At this rank, you will have to keep your ship in good condition. So while sailing, the ship may have a leak from hitting a reef or some rocks. And while in combat, it may be cannonballs that blast holes in the ship's hull, lower deck. You will have to make sure that you have construction supplies such as planks, nails, and a hammer in order to quickly patch these holes. The higher construction level you have, the stronger planks you can use to patch the holes. Every time you patch a hole, you will gain small amounts of construction experience. Level 75 is the first mate. At this rank, you will have all the knowledge necessary to be a great pirate and a trusted ally of your captain. You'll be able to sail to beaches without permissions from the captain, and you'll be able to engage in NPC combat by ringing the ship's bells, which will then make your crew take their positions. This is a leadership role, so you won't be getting your hands dirty, but when necessary, you'll need to engage in combat if your ship is boarded, or if you're bombarded when looking for treasure. And then finally, level 90, you'll be the ship captain. At this level, you will be a swashbuckling pirate. With all your knowledge and experience, you will be ready to lead your crew into dangerous waters and look for the rarest, most valuable, and the most difficult treasure available for the pirates. Since pirates are known for being rather deceitful, you have an option at this level. Remain the first mate of your captain, kill your captain and steal his crew, or, for a price, purchase your own boat, hire your own crew, and sail in your own ship. Nothing will really change, but having those options will determine what kind of pirate you're going to be. To get your own ship, you'll have to pay a pretty good amount of money, maybe 1 to 3 mil. However, if you kill your captain, prepare to fight off some of your crew. So what do you think of the progression of the roles and stuff? Like everything right there.
Yeah, like, I mean, the person knows their pirate lingo and terms and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
So like it really helps us understand their intention for the progression of the skill.
Yeah.
So it's hard to like, oh, I disagree with this and this, because like it's super true.
It's
like,
factual.
Yeah. It's like the progression is very like clear and concise.
Yeah.
And it's hard to like, well, actually, you know what I mean?
It's like leveling the skill itself creates a story.
Yeah.
You know, which is pretty cool to see. I like the idea of at the end, you can make a choice as a ship captain.
Yeah.
Which also makes me wonder if you decide to hire your own crew, maybe you have to worry about that. So my idea before of having different traits on different members, maybe you choose your first mate when you own your own crew. Depending on what traits he has might make him more susceptible at turning at you.
Yeah.
And trying to take you out. Maybe he can be persuasive and he can get more of your crew on his side. And next thing you know, he has a mutiny going on.
My only worry is, what if you prefer to be like a powder monkey?
Yeah.
As opposed to like an actual captain? Like you just want to chill, do tasks, gain your experience, do whatever. Like, are you kind of forced?
So maybe.
Or could you like go to an arbor or whatever and go to a job listing and be like, powder monkey looking for work?
So maybe like a different route you could have is those ranks could be based on your levels, but also if you're on a ship and you lose a ship battle and your whole crew is wiped out and now you need to join a new crew, maybe you start at the very beginning again.
Or you can just like start, like you can, like if you're high enough to like become a captain, you could just
you start your own. Yeah, exactly. You start your own ship.
Yeah, join another crew with like another title or something.
So maybe join another crew, and now you're like level 75, so you can't own your own ship yet, and your ship gets destroyed. You now have to join another crew, and you're back at to square one. But since you're past level 75 piracy, you can quickly, like doing one route, well, you could skip a bunch of them, right?
Yeah, you could go like
from 1 to like 3 or 4, whatever ranking. So yeah, there's a lot of different ideas you can do with it, and having choices to build kind of a story for your character. Yeah, be kind of neat. Like, oh, I'm a bad kid. We turned on my captain. Yeah, and then maybe you have your crew and they're all like much powerful, but you're like, shit, this crew is not very trusting. So they could turn on me at any moment. Speaking of crew, though, the next section here is talking about the crew. A little paragraph. At the beginning of piracy, you're a member of the crew like stated earlier, and you will be recruiting pirates, thieves, and sailors along your journey. Again, maybe different tiers of crew members you can get, right? Maybe there's a benefit from having a pirate versus a thief versus a sailor. They all have their perks, their pros and cons. The higher level your piracy is, the stronger your crew will become. And if you want to recruit a higher level crew member, it will cost a lot more in the early levels. Some pirates will join your crew for 1 to 5,000. However, at higher levels, one crew member could easily cost you upwards of 100,000 KX, depending on their combat level and what they're able to do for the ship. So yeah, hiring an experienced dude to another greenhorn, right? Yeah. It's like their first time coming onto the ship. It's cheap, but shit, he can't even swim. He fell off board. He's dead. We lost him real early on, you know?
Yeah.
Treasure maps. Like I said, it will be similar to clue scrolls, but very much like a riddle. Once you get to the last clue, some will say, find a specific landmark like a palm tree on the southern beach of Karamja and how many paces you'll need to walk to dig for the treasure with a spade. Some will give you an NPC target you'll need to kill or maybe steal from. If your thieving level is high enough for the specific treasure map, then you can get out of a fight by stealing. I think that your captain will tell you about possible treasure once you complete a treasure map. And in order to get the first clue, he may tell you the location of a clue or an NPC who has a clue. In order to obtain it, you may need to steal it from them or buy it from them, depending on your thieving level. If you want to replay a treasure map, I think that would be okay, but the reward wouldn't be as good as the initial completion. Or maybe you just complete it for the experience. Not entirely sure yet. So, I mean, makes sense. I guess like treasure trails kind of seem inspired from pirate maps and stuff as it is.
Mm-hmm.
So having something like this is, yeah, I mean, it fits because we already have it in the game, but it's like, it's not too different, but it's not too similar. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Ship upgrades. While leveling up piracy, you'll be able to make upgrades to the ship, which would be the amount of cannons, the size of the ship, the armor, and the speed. This would all cost different amounts of money, but it will make your leveling more efficient. Conclusion. Okay, that's just about all I've got. I hope you guys like the idea. I tried to get creative, but also not mirror the sailing skill. I think piracy will be a fun and rewarding addition to Old School RuneScape because it has a little something for each player. The clue hunter will love this skill. The PVM player will like fighting off enemies' crews and monsters that you're stealing from. And the skiller will have fun testing their abilities to find efficient ways to level up their piracy. Thank you guys so much for all you do. I really do look forward to listening to the new episodes of the podcast each week, and I hope you have a great time engaging. Oh, and I have had a great time engaging in the CC and Discord with other members. It is a great environment for all RuneScape players, and you guys should be proud of the success you've had. Thank you very much. Again, from Tanko Styles, Meow Tanky.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of the piracy skill?
I like it. The whole Sea of Thieves thing speaks true to me.
I think it's cool. It builds a story for your character, and I find that there's a lot you could do with it.
Yeah.
You know, like we said before, this would be a skill that could be fun, and it brings in like the rewards from the skill is only adding more to the skill, like having a better ship, having better crew members, etc. Like you're not going to be using those crew members for Slayer or anything else.
Yeah.
But, you know, it has that. And also, speaking of Slayer, maybe it opens up, you know, being able to new Slayer monsters on different islands, right? So it's a cool idea and has a lot to do. And it almost feels like you leveling up your crew would be fun in itself. It's like its own different grind that isn't just straight from a piracy experience grind.
Yeah. My only thing is that it's gonna be like the same issue with sailing, where I'd prefer this to be a piece of content that's not a skill.
Yeah.
But like a new part of like Port Sarim or something that like, or Corsair's Cove.
Yeah.
Right? You can open up like a pirate's like cove type thing, like dock, and it would be like more of like a mini game.
Yeah, mini game, mini activity, and then maybe you can grind and level up your crew and your ship, and that doesn't need to be tied to your total level, right? The activity itself could be like its own thing, but then you need some sort of reward. Whereas I think with a skill, you can get away with not having rewards if the skill in itself is fun, because then the rewards can just be rewards for that skill even more. It's like its own loop.
Yeah.
But I like it. It's cool. I was excited for sailing, so I mean,
yeah, I like I just like the concept of the progression.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it'd be a fun skill, or if it was like just like a thing in the game, something it'd be fun to like see all the way through.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like it opens up like, okay, yeah, you can get NPCs, or maybe you can have players signing up for different tasks.
Yeah.
Right? You're the ship captain and you have like a level 30 who's having to wash the deck and stuff, because maybe you can't run because of when the decks are all watery and now you're getting attacked. You might want to be able to run to avoid something.
Yeah.
So that's neat. It's a lot to play around with, right? There's a lot of potential there. So let's hit the 3 topics. Skill identity. Does it have a strong identity?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it does.
Piracy,
you can just tell me piracy and my mind's going to start creating the skill on its own.
You know how many cars you can download?
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, yeah, you know what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, medieval versus fantasy. This was a huge medieval thing.
Yeah, I mean, it still goes on today. Somalian pirates.
That's right. And some pirates were so good at what they did that we remember them to this day, like Blackbeard, right?
Yeah. There's movies about them.
Blackbeard?
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, yeah, of course, right. God, they have a bunch of them, too. I remember the first one, the other 2 or 3 that I've seen.
Last one's awful.
Is it? It's a shame.
It's hilarious how bad it is. But anyways.
I was a fan. I like the first one.
Yeah.
You'll remember the day that you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow.
Mm-hmm.
Gameplay loop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be a fun gameplay loop.
Yeah, and it's very apparent what it would be.
Yeah, and it's exciting, and it's like training it would be its own skill. Like, sure, okay, you're washing the decks, but I feel like you could have fun with the surrounding things that are going on.
Yeah.
Watching your crew getting killed or something, right? You'd be like, oh, shit. But you can't even do anything because you're just a greenhorn.
Hit him with a mop.
Yeah, hit him with a mop.
Yeah.
You don't clean the deck, so when the enemy's bored, they're slipping around. But, yeah, so overall, I like the idea. Awesome potential, and it sounds fun.
Yeah, it sounds like a fun thing. My only thing is that I would prefer it to just be in the game and not like an actual defining skill.
Okay, so you think one of the negatives is that people might have the argument that they have with dungeoneering. They love dungeoneering, but it should not have been its own skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. But it's hard also, right? You have its own skill. Now you're going to have people being like, well, this is just dead content, unless it gives rewards you can use outside of the skill.
Yeah.
So, guys, that is all the skills that were submitted. I'll have to say it was a lot longer than I expected it would be.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, it took us 3 days to record this because we did it in like hour and a half intervals. But I am not complaining one bit.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that blew me away is every single skill was unique and different from, like, there was no 2 skills that were like submitted that were the same. Some had similarities, but there were no 2 skills that were the same ideas.
Yeah.
I'm blown away by the amount of work that everyone put into their skill.
Even runecrafting too. Or essence crafting. Yeah.
But like, so much work was put into all these skills, and like, I'm not even kidding. I was absolutely blown away. I saw these piling up, and I was like, "Oh, very cool." I would read the description, but I didn't really want to go in and read them until I was going to read them all together, and then I decided to read it live. And I started clicking through it because the first one I clicked on, which was the theater one, I was like, "Wow, this guy put a lot of work, and that's really cool. Let me see what the other ones have done." And I clicked through all of them, and I was like, "Holy shit! Every single person really got creative and had fun with it."
Yeah.
And it's like, was crazy. And yeah, this is a lot longer recording than I thought it would be, but man, I had such a great time reading every one of these skills. Like, they're cool. And like, so many of them, I mean, it was your idea to kind of do this competition.
Yeah.
Because we wanted to see how hard is it to make a new skill. Because Jagus pitched warding, which we thought, is that a good skill to pitch? How hard is it to come up with skill? At first, I was like, you know what? Warding is a good skill that they pitched. But now seeing all these skills, I'm kind of like Jagex. There's no excuse.
Yeah.
If we got 14 submissions and every single one of them were pretty damn good, then really, like, I can expect more from the company that gets paid to do this.
Yeah. I mean, I think all these skills are way better than my idea.
Same. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, every skill, I think, trumps the idea that I had put into, like, the 2 skills that I came up with. So I guess I'm a lot less creative than I expected. But, but honestly, like, absolutely blown away by all the submissions. I am, like, absolutely blown away.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even have any words to say. I was, like, it was just unreal. Like, we were just going to go and, like, read them and kind of put in our own words. But then when we saw all the work that was put into it, we're like, no, we have to sit down and read it verbatim.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we wanted to do when we were originally going to choose like 3 winners, but just reading this, I'm like, we can't do just 3 winners. So we're going to figure out some other plan with it, but there will be a 4th winner that the community is going to be able to vote on for who they think is the best skill
Yeah.
idea. And just that more money to give away. So I still have to go through the editing process of this. I mean, it's stupid talking about this now because by the time you hear it, it will have already been edited. But what we'll probably be doing is I'll probably, as I'm editing through this, is release each of the skill in its own little episode. I'll probably put on Patreon right away. And then once I have them all edited together, either throw them all up separately onto the podcast feed, or I'll have one giant episode where you can listen to them all.
Mm-hmm.
Not entirely sure, but the only reason I'm thinking of doing them separately is because each of these are such good ideas that I wouldn't want someone to get burnt out from listening to like a 6-hour long podcast.
Yeah.
So this way you can listen to it at your own leisure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what else to say except for that, like, fucking awesome job. Really, really surprised by how great 14 skills. I thought we were going to see 2 of them being the same.
Yeah.
Like 2 sailing skills or something, but no, not at all. So we're not going to be releasing the winners on this episode, but episode 137, we will be telling who our 3 winners are. Mm-hmm. I'm going to choose one. Deegan's going to choose his favorite. Then we're both going to vote collectively on our 3rd favorite.
Yeah.
And yeah, that will be where the big lumps of sums go. And then there's the 4th winner that gets voted on. So yeah, this was a really cool event. I didn't really expect too much was going to happen. This really exceeded my expectations.
Yeah.
Highly exceeded my expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Because awesome event. This was cool. And it was all your own work. We just kind of read them through. So yeah, we should do more of these.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. But yeah, so let's wrap this little bonus. The finale of it. At this point, you've probably heard of all the heard all the episodes of the skills. So yeah, check out 137 to see who we thought were the winners. And then I think episode 140 will take the winner who's voted on from the community.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Good idea. Okay,
because
cool.
it is. It's going to be a long episode. It's going to be a pretty long episode.
And if it's broken up, it's going to be a 16-part episode.
Yeah. So we'll give you guys some time to digest.
Yeah, and after you've listened to this, honestly, we're going to throw it on Twitter. We're going to throw it on Reddit. I'm going to try to get Jagus to take a peek at these because they need to see some of these ideas. They need inspiration, clearly.
Yeah.
If warding was their best choice, and I don't even hate warding, but after reading all these, I'm saying they have to listen to some of this stuff because they clearly need some inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks, guys, for submitting it. Yeah, we'll see you on episode 137, and we'll talk to you on the clan chat and discords. And again, thank you to everyone who submitted it, and thanks to this community. It's one of the coolest communities, I have to say, that in all of RuneScape. Damn.
Yeah, we're pretty blessed.
Yeah,
I wasn't really expecting many submissions. I mean, we got 14 and they were like so much time was put into them.
Yeah.
I was I wasn't really expecting. I was expecting a lot of what I did, where you're just all right, talk for 5 minutes. You're made no sense.
Yeah, some point forms and
yeah, but a lot of these are there's lore.
Yeah, lore.
There's a lot of lore. There's a lot of bringing depth to the game into your character. It was super well thought out.
Yeah, unique perspectives to look at the game.
Yeah,
and God, you guys are really good at writing.
Yeah,
those were some good reads, and yeah, I very well articulated and communicated it properly. I read them all and understood the skills, right?
Yeah.
There's no skills that I was I don't really get what they're getting at. You know what I mean? They're all, I was no, I get it. Whether or not it works, that's a different story. But they all could work if RuneScape was in development right now.
Exactly.
You could fit it in. So again, thank you guys. We're going to leave it at that, and we'll see you on the next one. And honestly, I'm super excited for everyone to hear this. It's going to be fucking cool.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, guys.
Yeah, have a good one. 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 Yeah, have a good one.